Check. You're in tune to the new cyber sounds and lockdown in the media. It's all about high-level music for the Y2K vibe. Shout out to the UK talent. Just keep pushing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah? Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time.
Hi, ho, everybody. Once again, it is time for Higurashi. But before we get into it, let's do some top of the stream housekeeping as usual. Jam Jam, thank you for renewing your channel membership. And Rain, thank you for renewing your channel membership. And Dee Gunn with the $5. Behind on creative endeavors, so I'll probably be following along with the VODs for a bit. That is totally okay. I hope your creative endeavors go wonderfully, and look forward to seeing you live again sometime soon, hopefully. I have another stream tomorrow night of hopefully the finale of Danganronpa Another. And then after that, I'm gonna be out of town for like 2 weeks. So I'm very sorry that I'm about to leave you on a bit of an unfortunate cliffhanger tonight, but such as it is, we will be back in January after this. Jam Jam with the Canadian $20. Just wanted to thank you for the Storytime streams. The Seacat streams help me better understand who I am, and I'm so incredibly thankful that you introduced the concept of a Seacat to me. P.S. Happy birth, Miss Chat. Thank you. I'm really glad. I'm very happy to see how many people had very, like, good formative experiences with Lumina go through the streams. It really means a lot to me, as somebody who also had those sorts of experiences with it when I read it for the first time. And Harmonia with the Canadian $2. Hooray, trauma time! Yeah, just a little bit. It's fine. A productive amount of trauma. But yeah. Anyway. That being said, why don't we go ahead and get right into it. There was no way I would be able to sleep. When she hung up the phone like that, I realized for the first time what kind of a situation I was in, as well as who the only ally who would support me was. I waited with bated breath for Shion to calm down and call me back. What would I do if the phone rang while I was sound asleep? No matter how long I waited, however, it never rang. Exhausted, whenever my mind started to wander, I would jolt awake as though I heard the phone ring. In the end, I brought the cordless phone with me into my futon and went to sleep with it in my arms, though it still didn't amount to anything. Morning came, and by that time I was pretty sure she wasn't calling back. That was when a fierce drowsiness assailed me. Damn it! This is no time for sleep, Keiichi Maebara. I slapped myself in the face a few times. Then I went to the washroom and washed my face, which was something I usually didn't do. That wasn't enough either, so I even brushed my teeth. After that, I was finally wide awake. When Mom saw how strange I was acting, her eyes went wide. What's wrong, Keiichi? Are you going somewhere today? Yeah, to school. Rena jump scare. Funny game engine jump scare.
Keiichi-kun, you don't look so good today. Do you have a cold?
I'm not sick. I just didn't get much sleep. If I space out and start talking nonsense, just humor me.
I wonder what kind of nonsense you'll say. I wonder. Now I'm looking forward to it. Oh.
I felt utterly shamed, and I still hadn't picked myself back up this morning, and for precisely that reason, Rena's honest smile was a sight for sore eyes. Yo, what's up, Kei-chan? Rena, good morning.
What? Mei-chan, you look like you didn't get much sleep either.
Mion had gone home early yesterday with a hangover, but she didn't look too good this morning either. Her usual cheerfulness was completely buried in shadow. Yeah, went to bed at like 3. I'm a little tired. 3? Right after yesterday? Hey now, you can't keep staying up late. You probably read the first volume of a manga, thought it was interesting, then read the entire series, didn't you? I understand. I've done that before. I joked, trying to shake off my sleepiness. I was trying to be considerate. However, neither Mio nor Rena smiled. In fact, they didn't even pay attention. Rena's expression immediately darkened.
What? Wait, is it about the mayor? He still hasn't been found?
Nope. Hey, wait a minute. What are you talking about? You can't find the mayor? Even the classroom, which was normally bursting with bright, joking voices, seemed filled with a different sort of murmur today.
Good morning, Keiichi-san. Have you heard? It looks like something terrible has happened.
I don't really know this mayor person, but he's an old guy, right? Couldn't he just be wandering around, senile?
The mayor's certainly not senile. He's a sprightly man who can teach both calligraphy and swordsmanship. He probably got lost somewhere, like me. I lost Rika! Oh, I want to take you home with me!
Getting lost is only cute because children like Rika can do it. Rika-chan can do it. A worn-out old man getting lost isn't moe in the slightest. While my mind entertained dumb thoughts like that, our teacher arrived. Everyone rushed to their seats. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. The class greeting was normal, but the atmosphere in the room was heavy. Some of you may have already heard, but last night, despite the late hour, the mayor never came home. Is there anyone here who saw the mayor yesterday? One or two hands went up in the silence, and they told her about having seen him. None of it seemed to be vital information, however, and everyone began whispering amongst themselves.
If anyone has seen the mayor, please tell an adult about it, all right? Now then, let's begin class.
After that, the same old lessons began. The rumors, once quieted, blossomed in flowers again at lunchtime. I could hear a few different conversations. They were mostly related to the mayor's disappearance. Summing them all up, I came out with this. Yesterday evening, the mayor went to a meeting at the Shrine's Assembly Hall. The meeting ended after the sun had fully set and everyone had left. The elder's house was a bit far from the center of Hinamizawa. It was already late and Hinamizawa doesn't have a lot of lights outside. Nobody saw the mayor after the meeting. However, because he would have been hungry, he wouldn't have taken any side trips. He would have gone straight home. However, no matter how long his family waited, he never returned. Some thought there might have been an accident. They left no stone unturned. They searched from the irrigation channels to the water wells, and even in the rice paddies, but they didn't find him. Of course, there was a limit to how far they could search in the middle of the night. The police were going to wait for daylight, then have the young men of the town help search. If after all that they still didn't find him, they were apparently even going to go looking in the mountains. Even now at this moment, the adults were probably all searching for him. The more they searched in vain, and the more time passed, the only thing that came to mind was the curse. The rumors of Onikakushi, of the demoning away. Had he become this year's sacrifice to Oyashiro-sama's curse, which had been recently occurring every year? That scary possibility which everybody thought about but nobody could say aloud was slowly but surely spreading throughout the village. Was he demoned away and offered as a sacrifice to quell Oyashiro-sama's anger? My classmates were whispering to each other that the curse didn't happen this year, so there shouldn't have been any sacrifices. I, on the other hand, I knew. The curse did happen again this year, and there were 2 people that died. This may sound strange, but I hadn't exactly thought the elder would be the one to go missing. My reason was clear. Shion and I should have been a higher priority than him. The 4 of us were thieves that broke the taboo and set foot into the sacred ritual storehouse. If Tomitake-san and Takano-san had suffered mysterious deaths, then it should have been my and Shion's turns next. This time should have been Shion and me. I laughed painfully to myself. I'd yelled at Shion over the phone that I didn't want to end up in such a terrifying situation, but now that someone other than me had disappeared, I could only think that I should have been the first to go. Unigafuchi, the bottomless swamp, said to have been the place where they drowned sacrifices long ago. Just as it ran through my thoughts, the villagers must have also considered the swamp. Maybe police divers were plumbing its depths even now. They probably wouldn't find anyone. Not a single missing person had ever been found. They'd always suspected Onigafuchi, but not once have they ever turned up a corpse from it. After all, it was a devilish, bottomless swamp from which no one who sinks can ever return. I could hear someone telling their friend that in the classroom.
Now that you mention it, Satoshi-san, he left around this time last year, didn't he?
Huh? Satoshi? I've heard that name before. He was... Right, he disappeared because of last year's curse. The conversation was happening in the seat next to me, so I could hear it clearly.
Didn't we search the whole village like this for Satoshi-san, too? We didn't find him either. What did we decide that was? A demoning away, right? Yeah. I heard he withdrew all of his savings and ran away from home. Someone from the police said that there was someone who saw him get on a bullet train at Nagoya Station.
Ran away, huh? I wasn't that interested in the reason, which seemed understandable in this case. Everyone else who disappeared had their own reasons, too. Either they were still on the run because they were criminals, or they were a corpse that couldn't be found. It's not like any of them suddenly disappeared into thin air for no reason. But they disappeared. Someone disappeared whenever the curse took a life, as if by design. They may have had various understandable reasons, but they still disappeared. From that point of view, it really might have been a demoning away this time. The mayor's disappearance was the first such incident without a clear reason behind it. Of course, coming to that realization didn't help to resolve anything.
It looks like I messed up the seasoning today. Sorry.
Normally, Rena's lunch would have been devoured immediately, but today there was still a ton left. That wasn't because Rena's lunch didn't taste good or anything, though.
That isn't the case. Your lunch today is as delicious as always.
Satoko dips her chopsticks into Rena's bento box and pulls bits of food out one after the other.
Yes, delicious indeed. Today in particular, in fact. Chomp chomp.
Huh? You know those are pumpkin croquettes, right? Are you okay?
Yes. If it is your pumpkin, then it's delicious.
Did Satoko dislike pumpkin? Regardless, she forced herself to smile and shoved more into her mouth. Everyone knew. Nobody's lunch tasted very good today. Satoko kept shoveling it down, repeating her remark on how good it was. If it's that good, then I guess I've got to have some too. Satoko's gonna eat it all if we let her.
It's just so good, so I would certainly like it if Keiji-san were to eat some as well.
Well, sometimes I have to show my adult generosity, right? Okay, don't hold back on my account. Eat enough for the both of us today. She really, really hated pumpkin, didn't she? That made it all the more touching to see Satoko's own brand of generosity. I grabbed her head and started stroking it. Satoko, in a somewhat exaggerated fashion, was bawling, tears streaming down her face. No way. You'll never grow up if you give away such good food. Harmonia with the Canadian $5. Satoshi being demoned away? No, he just befriended a Pikachu and went on a Pokemon journey. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you know. I hear he's going to be the master, but it's taken him like 20 plus years for some reason. Rena, you eat too. I only have leftover vegetable stew, but it tastes great after having sat overnight.
Yeah, the daikon radish has such a pretty color going through it. It looks delicious. I guess I'll have some then.
Rena reached out with her chopsticks, and at last the usual lunchtime atmosphere began to return. That was only at our desks, however. The dark tales of Oyashiro-sama's curse, which had recurred for 5 years in a row, didn't cease. The whole classroom remained stuck in this somber mood. Oyashiro-sama's curse had happened for 5 years straight. Everyone had wanted the previous year to be the last. What was Oyashiro-sama's curse anyway? They were going to build a dam in Hinamizawa. The people building it were bad, so they were cursed. I would admit that much. Still, the dam project was frozen years ago, wasn't it? So why was the curse stubbornly persisting? I hit myself on the cheeks to perk myself back up. Everyone was trying so hard to brighten the mood. I couldn't go straight back to thinking about the curse like that. I forced the grim story out of my head. Driving Oyashiro-sama's curse out of my thoughts was actually a good idea. In the end, that meant I would also be driving away the most terrifying thought of all, that I could be the curse's next target. Mion's taking a while, isn't she? How long does it take to wash your hands? Mion had said that she was going to wash her hands and left, and she hadn't come back yet.
She's probably taking a little afternoon nap somewhere. I think she was up pretty late last night looking for the mare after all.
I smiled wryly and let out a sigh. Today was no good. However much we tried to lighten the mood, things always came back to the mayor. It was just a no-good day. I had just transferred here recently, so the shock of a curse happening 5 years running was an unimaginably big one. Crowned Nova, thank you for becoming a channel member. Maybe I do need to appreciate that.
When Mi-chan was really little, the mayor would always spoil her. When she was going through her prankster phase, he loved her like his own daughter. She's told me that often.
I see. Mion was in shock too. Someone disappearing at all because of a curse was a very scary thing. If the sacrifice was someone you knew, though, then the shock must be 100 times worse. Satoko, as if she'd come to the same conclusion, bit her lower lip and looked downward. Oh, Rika-chan's taking a while too. Maybe they're taking a nice afternoon nap together?
Rika wasn't out that late. As soon as she yawned, everyone gathered around her and started saying good night, good night.
Now that she mentioned it, there were a lot of old people rubbing their prayer beads in fervent gratitude towards Rika-chan during the festival, too. Billy, thank you for becoming a channel member. And Archiver of Worlds, thank you for renewing your channel membership as well. An image of the indulgent elderly came to mind. Had Rika-chan discovered a way to get herself to be pampered like that? Is there a reason the old people treat Rika-chan like an idol? Is she their ideal image of a granddaughter or something?
I don't know anything about that. But I want to see Rika-chan yawning. It's probably all like, oh, I want to take her home. I don't personally think it's that cute. It's more of a gwah, and she opens her mouth really wide so you can see the back of her throat. Rika-chan's giant yawn! Oh.
Rena's handy at times like these. I finally managed a heartfelt laugh. Oh, right. I'm on day duty today, aren't I? I need to go water the flower garden. The garden's right outside the teacher's lounge too, so they can immediately tell if you don't do it right.
I think Satoko-chan is cute, not only Rika-chan. Giant yawn! Can't breathe. Ow! I got a glimpse, it was so cute! Satoko-chan's is cute too. I'm gonna take you home.
Rena was strangling Satoko. I don't think that counts as yawning. You know, Rena is... I can't say it out loud, but she's a notorious... censored, isn't she? What? Hello? Keiichi, what are you getting at? Hearing Satoko make a weird noise like a chicken being strangled was kind of hilarious, and I couldn't help but laugh. At some point, the classroom had erupted into laughter too. Maybe Rena was doing it on purpose. Even if she wasn't, this nonsense was a welcome sight. Anyway, let's get over to the flowers while I still have time. Slowly and quietly, lest I destroy the room's newfound peace, I left the classroom. The watering can was hanging up outside the kitchen. This building had originally been an all-male forestry service building, so there was apparently nothing so thoughtful as a garden here before. When they decided to have a school share the space, they built one there as a modest gesture of appreciation. But, well, the flower bed, it was a little longer than you'd expect. It went all around. It went all over the place. It was so big one would need to refill the watering can 5 or 6 times to get it all done. I was doing this together with a kid who was also, thankfully, on day duty today. She was in the lowest grade, though, and a full size smaller than even Rika-chan. I couldn't make a kid who would struggle just to lift the full watering can help me with this. If you were placed on day duty with someone who liked this sort of thing, they'd do it all for you, so it'd be cake. No point in blaming her. I give up. I'll just get started. Watering can in hand, just as I was about to leave the building, the old man from the forestry office addressed me.
Sonny, there's a vegetable garden behind the warehouse, right? It's all just about dried up. Water that too, would you? Oh, you mean that curry vegetable garden? The one with the potatoes and carrots and other things that are only ingredients for curry? It's definitely the personal garden of our curry-loving teacher, but making students responsible for its upkeep is getting them involved in her personal affairs. I couldn't say that to his face, though, so I gave up and decided to carry out my day duties. The sunlight out front was strong. The great chorus of cicadas was strongly underlining how nothing was different today than yesterday. I passed by the classroom, and I don't know how it happened, but Rena and Satoko were in the middle of a huge melee. While I was gone, the kids had arranged all the desks in a circle, forming a ring while everyone was cheering them on. Yeah, that's how it should be. Once school ended, we would need to return to reality, where talk of the elder's disappearance would once again be all over the place. I wanted everyone to forget about everything and have fun just like yesterday, if only while they were at school. In that sense, Satoko's whirling elbow and Rena's backwards flying spin kick made for a pleasant sight, even if as a result they flipped over my desk. Ah, that's my pencil box! I'll just let it happen today. I set to work, hastily watering everything, wanting nothing more than to be done as soon as possible. That should about do it. No sooner had I thought that I remembered that I had to water the teacher's curry vegetable garden too. That's such a pain. But I have a feeling that it'll come back to bite me if I don't. I gave up, filled the can with water again, and headed behind the warehouse. This was a place students didn't like to go. It was always damp here, and you couldn't discard the possibility of slugs and pill bugs being around. So when I ran across her in a place like that, I was surprised. Whoa! Oh! It's Rika-chan. Don't scare me like that. Rika-chan was just standing there like a puppet, devoid of life. I was the only one who was startled here. Rika-chan didn't even seem to react to my appearance. Rika-chan? Finally, she noticed me. Her expression was clearly abnormal. There was red under her eyes, stained with tears and dirt. There were blades of grass stuck in her hair, too, and her clothes looked as though she'd fallen to the ground. Rika-chan? Are you hurt? Did you fall?
No.
That isn't it.
Rika-chan said in the brightest voice she could manage as she rubbed her eyes. She didn't look anywhere near normal, though. What happened? You weren't sleeping on the storehouse roof and then fell off or anything, did you?
Don't worry about me. I have something I want to ask you, Keiichi.
Rika-chan walked over and clung to me. At first, I thought she was playing a trick on me. Eventually, however, I realized it was so that I wouldn't run from the question she was about to ask. I shuddered. What do you want from me? She looked straight into my eyes. Her upturned eyes bored right into me. It was as though she was trying to pull the answer out of my own eyes without actually asking me the question. It was scary, so I averted my eyes from hers.
Keiichi, did you do something bad on the night of the festival?
My body gave a jolt from its very core. Rika-chan, who was clinging to me, might have felt my shiver. A nervous tingle crawled up from my feet, and after going up my back and freezing my entire body, it made its way into my brain.
Keiichi, do you really not remember?
My head began to throb. I don't understand anything. Mion asked me. Oishi-san asked me. Shion asked me. And now Rika-chan was asking me. We thought nobody knew about what we did last night, but in fact, everyone knew? They all knew, and they came to ask me, again and again, until I admitted it. When I thought about it, it was pretty clear the whole thing was out in the open. After all, don't Tomitake-san and Takano-san's deaths prove it?
Keiichi?
How should I respond? We never should have entered the Forbidden Storehouse. And even though I regretted it so much, was she saying that it wasn't enough? However, I had all but decided what I was going to say. I'm not exactly a good kid, you know? I've done lots of bad things. I can't remember anything specific.
Or Habaki Gaming with the $2. Evil Rika be like, give up, frown.
Just as I had with all the others, I evaded the question. Rika-chan stared up at me with innocent eyes. Her eyes were so painful that I had to look away. After a few moments of mutual silence, Rika-chan released me.
I'm sorry for asking you something strange. Please forget about it.
She said, smiling her usual smile. Then, she went running off as if nothing had happened. As she retreated in silence, I could feel her accusing me. Rika-chan! If she didn't hear my voice, then I was going to give up. However, she heard it. Rika-chan swiveled around and waited for me to continue. I was the one who had questions now. Still, asking any of them could be just a half-assed way of admitting what I did. Hey, Rika-chan.
What is it?
If everyone knows anyway, then I should be able to at least ask this, right? Why is everyone asking me about the night of the festival? That evening, had I done something wrong? That wrong? I felt plenty sorry about it, and I only looked anyway. I didn't break anything or steal anything. Really. Still, Tomitake-san and Takano-san, they died so miserably. Since those two had come to such an end, there's obviously no way it would forgive only me. Rika-chan cutely tilted her head in confusion and waited for me to say something. If I were able to admit to what happened that night, though, she might suddenly do a 180 as if flipping a switch. That would make sense. Rika-chan was the Shrine Maiden. She was the least likely to forgive me for breaking the taboo, wasn't she? Upon reflection, wouldn't telling her be more terrifying than telling Mion or Oishi-san? Rika-chan could just give up and leave, couldn't she? She didn't. She only was quietly waiting for me to say it myself. Say it, Keiichi Maibara. If you really are sorry, then you should say so. Of course, it's normal to hesitate given the crazy way Tomitake-san and Takano-san died. A pulping machine called Chaos was grinding up my brain. The juice wrung out of it turned into big droplets of sweat, which had begun to fall.
Keiichi.
Rika-chan suddenly straightened up, trying to pat me on the head.
I don't really understand what you're worried about, Keiichi.
I had nothing to say to that. I lowered my head a little so that Rika-chan's palm could reach it. She petted me, kind of like one would a cat.
Do you know about the big storehouse a little way behind the shrine grounds? It stores the implements we use for rituals.
My breath literally stopped. Rika-chan, though, wasn't acting in a coercive way at all.
Apparently, on the night of the festival, a cat snuck into the storehouse.
Cat?
Yeah, a cat. Meow meow.
Rika-chan knew. She realized I was in fear. I could tell she was desperately trying to choose the right words so that she wouldn't scare me.
The cat always wanted to explore inside the storehouse, but I was mean to it and never let it go inside. So on the night of the festival, the cat couldn't hold itself back any longer and went inside.
The cat? It was clearly supposed to be Takano-san. Or, wait, was it supposed to be me?
Inside, there were actually lots of things that scared the cat.
Rika-chan made a cute gesture like a ghost was coming out to frighten me.
The cat was both terrified and amazed. It ran away as fast as it could. Clatter, clatter, shiver, shiver, meow, meow. It was terrible.
This cat... Who were you saying it was?
The cat's a cat. Meow meow.
Rika-chan still avoided saying it. The cat, though, was without a doubt me. Rika-chan, please, tell me. The cat, what should it do now? Maybe it was a desperate question to ask. I had sort of admitted to being the cat.
The cat's just a cat, so it can keep meowing and everything will be fine.
Everything will be fine. That's stupid.
Shouldn't it just keep meowing?
Jeez, Rika-chan and I have put together an entire conversation using cat as a code word. I didn't say it directly, but I had already admitted it. I didn't want to end up like those two. I didn't want to be a sacrifice, like Shion said. That's what I thought, so I stubbornly remained silent. But now, that's enough. It can't just keep meowing. The dog saw the cat, making mischief and sneaking inside.
The dog.
That's right. It was the dog. It keeps coming to the cat, and trying to get it to say that it snuck inside. After I said that, Rika-chan's expression clouded over. She was trying to hide it, but I'd already noticed her eyes darkening. Rika-chan.
Atropos with the $2. Phantom Marigold is the cat, actually, I'm pretty sure. Phantom, can you confirm this?
The silence was frightening, so I spurred her on. At that point, Rika-chan grinned.
It's all right. I'll protect the cat.
I thought for a moment that I had misheard those words, so dependable they were.
The cat's really scared, but it really isn't all that bad. I think all of the dogs are just misunderstanding.
It's not all that bad?
The cat's worrying too much. I'll do something about it, for sure.
Rika-chan will do something about it? I don't even know left from right at the moment, so Rika-chan didn't look all that dependable.
It might be hard, but I'll do my best. Go for it! Yay!
She clenched her fist and stuck it in the air. Rika-chan said that the cat can just keep meowing.
Kimson Toast. This is why you guys who see spoilers are kitties. I see.
She said to leave it all to her. Is that really all it took? To resolve this whole thing? Will you really be all right, Rika-chan?
If I don't do my best, then something bad could happen to the dogs, too.
I had no idea what Rika-chan was talking about anymore. She had been talking to me under the assumption that I was aware of certain things, so at first I understood her. Around the middle, though, I stopped understanding anything. However, one thing I did know was to not worry and to leave it to her. Rika-chan straightened up once again, patted me on the head, and smiled. I was so moved by that reassuring feeling that I couldn't help but start to cry. I'm sorry. The cat... It really was just... a little bit of mischief. I didn't think any of this would...
It's too much of a scaredy cat.
Indigo with the 5 pounds. I'm a cat, a kitty cat, and I dance, dance, dance? Perhaps.
That's why it should never have seen the storehouse.
She was right. It was far too shocking for someone to see based on a little bit of interest alone. That's why they made it so difficult to look at in the first place. That's why they made it so difficult to... Wait, yeah. Okay, yes, wasn't it? Sorry, the formatting of the sentence just threw me off a little bit. Rika-chan, what will happen to the cat? 2 of the cats that snuck in, well, that night I'd heard Tomitake-san and Takano-san's deaths were being kept a secret. Rika-chan might not have known about it.
Tomitake and Takano?
I gave a start at the sudden mention of actual names, though it's weird to do that at this point.
You should forget about them.
My spine froze again. Forget?
Yes. It won't do you any good to remember those 2, Keiichi. The more you think about it, the scarier it will get. So you should forget about them as soon as possible.
She said something so enormously terrifying, without letting the smile on her face waver at all.
I don't know where you heard about it from, but you should forget everything. Make your mind as clean as a scrubbed bathtub.
Forget? Rika-chan, you know, don't you? You know how those 2 died.
No matter how they died, it has nothing to do with you, Keiichi.
Rika declared this in a flat voice. Nothing to do with me. So forget about it. The girl before me, she was innocent and lovable, and even seemed trustworthy. But suddenly she took on another dimension. Don't get involved with their deaths. I'll help you, Keiichi. Those 2 contradictory statements twisted and distorted my image of the girl in front of me. What about Shion? What'll happen to her? It might have been dangerous to mention Shion's name, but I couldn't stop myself from asking. Rika-chan saw through everything anyway. There was no way I was going to fool her or keep anything from her at this point.
The younger of the sister cats? Meow meow?
Yeah, the little sister cat. Rika-chan appeared to think upon this for a moment. It was hard for me to endure even this momentary silence.
The big sister cat is angry. The little sister cat did something bad, so she's really mad.
The big sister cat. That could only mean Mion. I recall being questioned by her yesterday.
Keiichi, the big sister cat's not in a good mood at all. I think we should leave her alone for a while.
Jam Jam with Canadian $2. Keiichi voice. Okay, yay! Not in a good mood. Those words sent a shiver through me. Mion was mad. She was mad that we entered the ritual storehouse.
Let's stop having club from now on.
Huh? Why?
I think we should leave her alone.
Rika-chan ended her sentence with such force that I couldn't say anything in response. Hey, Keiichi Maibara, don't disobey Rika-chan right now. She's the only one who said she'll help me right now. I'll leave things to her just as she said to. I mean, she even said that the cat should just keep on meowing. I'll forget everything, like she said. I'll leave everything to her. I'll forget everything about Takano-san and Tomitake-san and what I did that night. Just then, we heard a bell far away, marking the end of our lunch break. I guess we should go back to class.
Keiichi.
As if she had noticed how miserable I was, about to leave everything to her and flee the scene, Rika-chan called out to stop me.
If the misunderstanding dog comes to try and bite the cat, please tell me, okay?
The misunderstanding dog. She put it in such a cute-sounding way, but the true meaning behind those words was an eerie one. Who is the misunderstanding dog?
The dog that bit the mayor. I don't know why it did that. If it was going to bite anyone, it would have been the trickster cat first.
The flow of blood in my body felt like it completely stopped for a moment. Rika-chan had admitted it. The sacrifices of that terrible calamity. She admitted that if they were to happen again, it would be Shion or I. I didn't know what was true about the girl standing before me. My suspicion gave way to fear, and nearly began to change into anger. Was she a savior who would protect me? or a stranger, trying to capture and kill me for the sake of a horrible tradition. I had no idea what was true.
I'm sorry. The cat is already scared, and I said something to scare it even more. I'm really sorry.
Rika-chan bowed so quickly it looked like her head had been pulled downward. Still, she was right. I was cowering. I could distinctly feel my body shaking violently. So when Rika-chan reached her hand out to pat me on the head, I pulled away without thinking. I'm so... Rika-chan made a very sad face, but I just couldn't bring myself to put out my head for her again. That day, Rika-chan said she wasn't feeling up for club activities, so she suggested we don't bother. There's always vetoes when someone doesn't feel up to it. Rena and the others seemed really disappointed. The big sister cat is not in a good mood. I remembered Rika-chan's words, and quietly stole a glance at Mion's expression. If I could forget the way she questioned me yesterday, though, her behavior was the same as it always was.
Dear, oh dear. I'm sure that everything will be just fine.
After dinner, without the energy to watch TV, I climbed into the futon in my bedroom and let my head be overtaken by gloomy thoughts. I told Rika-chan anything and everything. She had seemed trustworthy at the time, but had that really been the right choice? The more I looked back on it, the less I understood what Rika-chan was saying. Not only did she know about Takano-san and Tomitake-san's deaths, but she spoke of them as if she were a concerned party. After all this time, in my futon, I began to tremble fiercely. Had I been lured in by Rika-chan's sweet smile and told her things I shouldn't have? I should have continued to feign ignorance. I shouldn't have shown her such a weak side of me. My emotions are a mix of regret and fear, and it colored the darkness of the night with an additional layer of terror. Suddenly, a knock. I might have yelped. That's how surprised I was.
Casey! I've been calling your name for a while. You have a phone call. It's, from Sonozaki-san?
It was Dad. I reached out for the cordless phone through the gap in my door. Sonozaki-san. Which one? The older sister or the younger?
I don't know. Ask her yourself.
I took the receiver and buried myself in my futon again. Hello? Mion? Or is it Shion? 1 second.
It's me, Shion. Good evening.
I practically jumped out of bed. It was Shion, who I hoped so desperately would call me back last night. Shion! Sorry about last night. I got all riled up. I heard what sounded like a deep sigh on the other end. You and me are in the same position, aren't we? I shouldn't have blamed you for everything like that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, so please, cheer up.
I called you because I'm in a better mood. If you're sorry, then I'll forgive you, so please stop apologizing.
Shion's tone still sounded a little angry, but for the moment she said she'd forgive me.
You're right, too. We're tied to the same fate. Making sure the other is alright is the only way to guarantee our own safety.
Yeah, I agree.
We absolutely need to share whatever information we have, so that we don't die, like Takano-san and Tomitake-san did.
I forced myself to swallow a solid drop of saliva.
Then, let's continue from where we left off. You'll listen without getting angry this time, right?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Firstly, it seems sneaking into the ritual storehouse was more of a taboo than we thought.
Takano-san and Tomitake-san's miserable ends, terrible enough that you could call them a warning. They were more than enough to make me believe that.
The culprits killed those two, the ones responsible for sullying the storehouse, and they'll come for us next. I know you want to deny that, but please accept it. It'll be too late to believe me after you've disappeared, okay?
I got it. You can never be too careful, after all.
I don't want to accept it either. To think that sneaking a peek at that museum of torture devices deserves a death like that, I don't want to believe it.
That's what a taboo is. For those who honor it, if one breaks the taboo, no matter how small or innocent their intentions were, they wouldn't be forgiven.
Let's report anything that we notice that seems strange. If we connect all the tiny pieces that we have, then just maybe we'll find out who killed them. Or maybe even the truth behind the incidents of the previous years. We could find a key that will resolve everything.
You're right. You're right about that. All I was doing was waiting in fear. But Shion had already thought that far ahead. Given how trustworthy she felt, I became embarrassed over how passive I was being.
Then I'll start, since I suggested it. I feel like somebody has been watching me lately.
What?
It might be my imagination, but I'll tell you anyway. I think it's just me, but if you feel like you're being watched too, Kei-chan, then maybe it's not just my imagination.
Well, don't worry. At the very least, everything has been fine for me. I think. As I spoke with Shion, I thought back on today. I had no grounds to say that everything was fine.
I see. Then I suppose it was my imagination. But you be careful too, Kei-chan. Be especially careful when you're by yourself in public. I'm in Okonomiya, so I won't be alone very often, but you live in Hinamizawa. There will be a lot of times you'll be alone. Please be extra careful.
You're right. Yeah, I'll be careful.
Also, about my sister. Has she been acting strange lately?
Your sister? Oh, Mion, right. What do you mean by acting strangely?
Well, yesterday, she came to me and asked me where I was on the night of Watsunagashi.
What? That's... She asked me too. The day before yesterday, I think, Mion asked me.
I see. I told her I wasn't there. What did you say?
I did the same thing. I just dodged the question. Both of us gave a quiet sigh of relief.
Ever since the night of the festival, my sister's been acting strangely. We can't be too careful. So just be aware, okay?
Mion was acting strangely. Aside from her asking me about the night of Watsunagashi, she hadn't seemed too out of the ordinary. At least, from my point of view. Her twin sister, though, she was saying she was acting weird. Maybe it was such a slight change that a stranger like me wouldn't be able to notice. Got it. I'll start being careful. I'll always have Rena with me on my way back from school, so I shouldn't end up alone with Mion very often.
Please be careful. If there's anything that's bothering you, you can tell me.
All right.
Okay, then is there anything that you want to tell me, Kei-chan?
My turn. That's right. Maybe I should report on Oishi-san asking me the same question at the library.
Oh, that time that you were too slow to escape?
Yeah. Oishi-san asked me pretty forcefully whether I was with Takano-san and Tomitake-san that night, and whether I'd seen you. Oishi-san seemed to have the four of us seen the four of us together.
From the police's point of view, that would make us the last people who had seen them. I suppose given that, it's only natural that they'd be interested in us.
I evaded the questions then, too, but that might have just made them more interested. There was no way I could have tricked that sly old fox Oishi-san. My troubled countenance would only have made him more certain. Hey, Shion, since they're the police, shouldn't we just tell them? I mean, considering our situation, I think having them on our side would be a good thing. Shion didn't answer right away. For a few moments, all I could hear was her breathing as she thought about it. Now that I think of it, Oishi-san said there was something possibly shady about Mion. At least I think that's what he said. Yeah, he definitely did.
As I explained yesterday, the Sonozaki family holds a lot of influence over Hinamizawa. Oishi's under the impression that the whole village, with the Sonozaki family at the center of it all, is responsible for the recurrent freak deaths.
The whole village is behind them. With the Sonozaki family at the center? Please don't get angry like you did yesterday. Just listen. I hammered that home before I got too upset.
During the Hinamizawa Dam Wars, the priest who everyone was anticipating to lead the anti-dam movement acted as though he was unrelated. So the Sonozaki main house rose up to take charge. My sister told you all about the battles that happened, right?
Yeah. All of Hinamizawa got together and fought as one. They held protests, brought it to court, and even appeared on TV.
In reality, there were many things that happened that were far more extreme. Under the surface, the Sonozaki main house was doing all sorts of illegal things to oppose it.
They were acting illegally?
For example, they would sneak into the construction site in the middle of the night and steal equipment, or break it and put sugar cubes in the gasoline tanks of the construction vehicles.
Sugar in their gasoline tanks? Why would they...
You don't know? It's practically the representative guerrilla tactic. It was used by underground organizations in France in World War II, for one. When you put sugar in, the engine gets burned out and breaks down.
That's pretty bad, though, isn't it? It was destruction of property and nothing less.
When they beefed up the guard at the construction facility, the family turned to attacking important construction personnel who worked there. The government officials who had given permission for the construction, for example, received all kinds of threats. Not just from the prefectural office, Not just from people from the prefectural office either. Apparently this reached as far as the Ministry of Construction. As far as I've heard, they even kidnapped a child once.
Kidnapped?
Yes. The child of an important person in the Ministry of Construction who was in charge of the Hinamizawa Dam got spirited away. Then, one day, all of a sudden, he was rescued in the Takatsudo Mountains, which are upstream from Hinamizawa. Apparently, there were never any criminal accusations, but people whispered that it had been a threat to stop the dam construction from happening. Besides that, there are stories about so many different threats that I couldn't possibly list them all.
Wow, that's sort of bad, isn't it?
Right in the middle of the whole thing, the first incident happened. That's when the dismemberment of the construction manager occurred. People whispered that the Sonozaki family had bought out the principal offender, but of course, he fled and they still haven't found him.
When she put it that way, the Sonozaki family definitely seems suspicious.
Oishi-san even seems to think that the criminal was erased so that he wouldn't talk, which is pretty reasonable of him. It's even enough to make me think that the Sonozaki main house is doing some really shady things behind the scenes, even though I'm related to him.
Are you telling me to believe that? That the Sonozaki main house where Mion lives has done all of those bad things? You're telling me to believe it?
Even if you don't, Kei-chan, the villagers do. While they oppose the dam in upright and lawful ways, the Sonozaki house did the dirty work for them. Everyone believes that they fought at the front, so they'd take the brunt of the criticism. So they're respected as sort of heroes of darkness. I think I only really know one part of it. For example, the really bad stuff, like the kidnapping, I think only a handful of people even know about it, including Grandma. The Sonozaki family is secretive, after all.
Secretive, huh? A family so unforthcoming that even Shion, who is related to them, doesn't know everything about them. The Sonozaki family. Unlike Shion, her older twin, Mion was deeply involved with everything, and that was not a fun thought to entertain.
My sister, though young, was the one who acted as the center of the illegal resistance movement.
Mion was? What do you mean?
Well, our dad is a big-shot Yakuza. Even when she was little, my sister managed to subjugate a bunch of younger street rats. Then she played all sorts of tricks on them and just generally got in their way.
Mion did that?
Now she's pretty laid back, so it might be hard to imagine. She did everything from property damage to threats and even acts of violence, and she was picked up for it countless times. Though she said she was a kid, they could get her released pretty easily. She learned that her age could be used as a weapon.
It may have been indiscreet, but I couldn't help but chuckle dryly. She may have been young, but she was certainly still Mion. Even back then, she had already been known for her craftiness.
It's nothing to laugh about. Please take this seriously.
Sorry. I didn't mean to. Shion had gotten pretty angry at me.
Well, her delinquency soon got her into a position of authority in the Sonozaki main house. It's not unthinkable that Oishi suspects them for the dismemberment incident, and the later ones too.
For a few moments, I was dumbstruck at the tales of Mion's past. None of them matched the image I had of her. A younger Mion, dirtying her hands with all sorts of crimes, giving the dam construction project hell. As the successor to the Sonozaki main family, she was always right at the center of the vortex of strange incidents occurring year after year. Was that really the Mion I know? Maybe the one I know isn't the real Mion? I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't bring myself to accept these images of Mion I was hearing from another person.
Well, back to the main subject. I just wanted you to know that my sister is someone worth being cautious around. Please be careful.
I didn't want to understand. Mion was a fantastic friend. She would never do something to back me into a corner like that. She did ask me pretty harshly about the night of the festival, but even that, it wasn't like she'd said it in a mean way or anything. Alright. I'll make sure to be careful.
We're sisters related by blood, but within the Sonozaki family, we're basically of a different class. I want you to recognize how distant my position is from hers. Please.
The more Shion tells me about Mion, the less I understand who Mion is. The Mion I know wasn't a dangerous person. She joked around, smiled a lot, and was full of passion. Now that I'd realized I held such a view towards her, Shion was telling me to change it. To be careful around the best friend ever. To doubt her. The idea was very sad and painful.
Now, about Oishi. If you think it's a good idea, then I think we should give him the information he needs. I think getting the police on our side will work in our favor.
You thought so too, Shion.
It's just, at the moment, like I explained, the police have their eyes on the Sonozaki family already. Oishi in particular completely believes that they're the masterminds behind the serial incidents. That includes me, of course. So, I don't really want much to do with Oishi.
I see. If Oishi-san had found out about the Sonozaki family's strife-filled history, then he probably wouldn't be very happy with Shion either. At last, I understood Mion's instinctive dislike for Oishi-san.
It's probably out in the open at this point, but try not to give my name to him. If you agree to that, then I don't think there's a problem with you telling him anything.
I got it. I won't mention your name.
The police's investigative ability should be a quite reliable weapon for us right now. If Oishi tells you anything interesting, then let me know as well.
Yeah, of course. We'll share information and investigate together. Who killed Takano-san and Tomitake-san? Who was after us? Until we know, we need to defend ourselves.
Anything else? Besides what Oishi told you, I mean. If anything has happened, no matter how minor, please tell me.
Aside from my discussion with Oishi-san? Oh. Should I tell her that I revealed everything to Rika-chan? Rika-chan was acting like she knew something I didn't. She told me to leave it to her, but... What? Ah, that's right. When I was talking to her, I mentioned Shion's name too. Was that a mistake? I felt like Shion would get angry.
Nothing else? Kei-chan?
Master 3000 with the $10. Mion, this old man has been to war, Keiichi-kun.
Jeez. I had remained quiet for a little while, so Shion encouraged me to speak, unable to bear the silence. As I struggled with what to say, Shion addressed me instead.
Doesn't sound like it. So, can I ask you something? I just heard this myself. Is it true that Old Man Kimiyoshi went missing?
The old man Kimiyoshi? My gut told me that that was the name of the mayor. You mean the mayor? Wait, Shion, you haven't heard?
I don't know anything. I just overheard my dad talking about it on the phone again.
I realized I shouldn't have said that. Here in Hinamizawa, the things that happened around this time, when Oyashiro-sama's curse would recur, would all be covered up. Yeah. Actually, last night after a meeting, he didn't come home. So all of Hinamizawa was confused. They searched all through the village, but if they found him, then I haven't heard. The police should be searching for him as well.
Why didn't you tell me something that important right away?
She shouted angrily at me, bringing all of her emotion to bear. Sorry, I thought you already knew. I didn't want to hide it or anything. The receiver was silent. Did Shion get mad again and hang up? Hey, Shion, hello?
Kei-chan, what should I do?
Shion's tiny, confused voice sounded like it belonged to a different person than the one yelling a few seconds ago. What's wrong? Tell me. We're not keeping secrets from each other, right? Shion hesitated for a long while, but then she confessed.
I'm sorry. Well, I didn't mean to hide it. It was just the conversation got turned around and...
We're on the same side, right? I won't get mad, so tell me, honestly. Shion still hesitated for a few moments. Then, in a resigned voice, she continued.
Old man Kimiyoshi, I told him everything.
Shion seemed to think I would yell at her right after she said that, so I heard her catching her breath. Contrary to what she thought, I was a little relieved. Shion had done the same thing I had when I confessed everything to Rika-chan. So, in as gentle a voice as I could, so as not to set her off, I responded. Old man Kimiyoshi, he's someone you feel comfortable confiding to, Shion?
Yes. He would have... When I was little, he was really nice to me.
Shion felt the same pain as the rest of us from the mayor's disappearance. She had a different kind of strength from Mion, and as she continued, her voice sounded truly sad and pitiful. And pained.
All I did was play tricks on him, but he would always just smile. He listened to anything I had to say. He was such a kind person.
Calm down, Shion. It's not like he's dead, right? Don't lose heart so easily. Shion didn't answer. Even as I said it myself, I didn't think we'd ever find the missing mayor again. We probably wouldn't even figure out if he was alive or dead. Shion must have been thinking the same thing.
That night, I told the mayor that we snuck into the ritual storehouse. Also that someone saw us and was out to get us.
Does the mayor know how absurdly Takano-san and Tomitake-san died?
Yes, he knew about it. I told him that they died by Oyashiro-sama's curse, and that I could be made a sacrifice to calm his anger. I just said it straight out.
Right. What then?
Old man Kimiyoshi didn't get angry. He smiled and told me that if I was properly sorry about it, then there was no way I would be demoned away. He was really smiling, and he told me to leave it to him.
Until Shion stopped sobbing, I was unable to find any words for her. I couldn't imagine what kind of person the mayor was, nor what Shion's relationship with him was like. Words of comfort, however, mean so much to us when we're about to be crushed by anxiety. Today, Rika-chan taught me that too. If someone who gave me such a sense of security were to disappear, then I could guess what kind of shock Shion was in.
It's my fault. It's because it revealed everything.
Stop it, Shion. It's not your fault.
No! It is my fault! I told him everything. Old man Kimiyoshi found out about everything. So... he must have been killed. It was right after I told him after all. He disappeared the same night that I confessed. And he told me everything was going to be alright.
He found out. So he became involved.
I should have never told him! All of this should have just been our fault, only the four of us! It wasn't something I should have told to someone else! He got killed because I told him! He got killed because he knew! He got killed because I revealed it!
Hey, stop! If they were doing that, then they would have obviously killed you before killing the mayor. The order is all wrong. You or I should have been killed first. Why the hell would someone else get killed first?
No, it is in order. They must have been planning to kill us last of all.
What?
If they're not killing the first people that come to mind, they'd start by killing those we're close to. And then after they've caused us so much pain, they'll kill us. That must be what they're doing.
I said calm down. Shion, you're in shock. You're panicking. The mayor's disappearance has nothing to do with you. It's unconnected. It's not related to Takano-san and Tomitake-san dying at all either. My words came out as a scream, as if I were shouting them at myself.
No! It is connected! It just has to be! I told him so he was killed. He got killed because he knew. I confessed it to him. So he got killed.
She repeated the same thing as before, as though she were in a delirium. Despite my trying to console the crazed Shion, for some reason, the shadow at my feet began to freeze. From that shadow, a cold arm reached out, so cold it seemed like it would freeze even my heart just by touching me, and grabbed my ankle. The heat generated by my body, the arm was absorbing it. It was a horrible chill, a freezing cold, numbingly frigid. It was an inviolable chill of fear. Though I sympathized with Shion, I had been naive in thinking it was something only she had to worry about. In my head, Shion's eerie words repeated again and again. He was killed because I told him. He was killed because he found out. I confessed everything. So he was killed. Those words echoed through my head like a monotone mantra, and finally, those even repetitions took on meaning. The quiet shaking that had already overtaken me turned into a violent shiver that shot up my spine. Rika-chan! It's Rika-chan!
What did you say just now? Well, the truth is, I told her about it. I told Rika-chan today. Rika-chan? You mean Rika-chan? The one from the Furure Shrine? Yes, Rika-chan. I felt so scared and uneasy that I did it. I told Rika-chan. When you did, what did she say?
The cat is worrying too much. I'll do something about it, for sure. That's what Rika-chan said, and then she smiled. She smiled just like the missing mayor had when he encouraged Shion. I'm sorry, Shion. I'm a bit worried about Rika-chan.
Right. If you're that concerned, then don't worry about me. Please, go find out whether she's safe.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I'll call you again tomorrow at the same time. When I do, you'll know I'm still alright.
I got it. I'll be waiting. Okay, bye. Sorry, I'm hanging up. I put down the receiver without waiting for Shion to say goodbye. The danger to Shion and myself was secondary at this point. My sixth sense was blaring alarms in my head. I don't like this feeling. It's really bad. It's definitely bad. Damn it. Please be safe. Rika-chan! Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. One second. Gotta clean my glasses. When you method act sobbing, pro tip, it does in fact get your glasses foggy. Anywho.
The Three Families in Modern Times. As previously described, the Three Families Council today is a mere shell of democracy. In reality, it's a dictatorship run by the Sonozaki family. Both the Kimiyoshi and Furude families are far from their former glory, and it doesn't seem at all like they've maintained the ancient traditions. Only the Sonozaki family has retained their glory from the past, and has inherited many colorful traditions from the age known as Onigafuji village. Even the most recent, verifiable example of Watanagashi that occurred at the end of the Meiji era seems to have been done under the orders of the Sonozaki family. Refer to the three families' genealogical tree from the late Meiji. After the state of the Meiji era, the Sonozaki family wanted to push the development of the Hinamizawa village, so they took a strong role in leadership. During the dam wars a few years ago, the Kimiyoshi family served as the chair of the opposition alliance, but this was in name only. In actuality, the Sonozaki family reigned as leader behind the scenes. People whispered that perhaps the Kimiyoshi family dictated acts of opposition that could be publicized, and the Sonozaki family enacted those which could not. Even in Hinamizawa, they whispered that the multitude of unsettling incidents reported during the dam protests, such as the kidnapping of the famous head of the Ministry of Construction's son, had been carried out by the Sonozakis.
Additionally, they say that perhaps the Sonozaki family's secret maneuvering was responsible for the serial freak death incidents that have continuously occurred in recent years as well. The serial freak death incidents are without a doubt the second coming of the traditional Watanagashi. They must be enacting the Watanagashi on the day of the original Watanagashi, which has fallen to the level of an ordinary village festival, in order to remind the villagers of the holy laws of Onigafuji village. It's safe to assert that exploring the Sonozaki family is the fastest route for researching it today. If I can expose the contents of the Furude Shrine's storehouse, I'd like to narrow my research target to the Sonozaki family next. The Sonozaki house is strictly guarded by security cameras on the premises, but thankfully I've become acquainted with the sisters Mion, the next heir, and Shion. I want this to be a breakthrough I can connect to my next line of research.
Yeah, Dylan, most of, basically all of the scrapbook entries are implied to be Takano. Stuff that she wrote in her little journal.
No, don't worry about it. You see, when you order the Odin here, for some reason it ends up on the annual invoice for our gas contracts. So don't be shy, have another drink.
The man, red-faced, waved his hand to say that he'd had enough, and disappeared into the brilliant neon lights in front of the station.
Kuma-chan, you should be taking notes. Most modest people here are the ones who live the longest.
Was all that true?
Well, I don't know about that. Whether or not it's true, I think there's meaning in hearing something that sounds so plausible.
Would something like that be a motive to go for the mayor?
Kuma-chan, here's what I always say. The motive only has to be enough for the person in question. You need to think about how different people value different things. Hey, bartender, give me another mug.
Though we've been suppressing the information, Tomitake and Takano's deaths were already known throughout Hinamizawa. All of the rumors pointed to them having incurred the wrath of Oyashiro-sama for setting foot in the Forbidden Temple, the storehouse for ritual implements. According to the rumors, there were two other people who went in there with them, Shion Sonozaki and Keiichi Maibara. People were whispering in the shadows that those two would be cursed by Oyashiro-sama as well. Kitty, thank you for becoming a channel member. Apparently, however, the responsibility didn't fall solely on the four trespassers' shoulders. Until last year, it was locked up tight, but this year it had been changed to a simpler lock. Hadn't that been what allowed thieves to enter so easily? Those were the rumors going around.
You ever seen it, Kuma-chan? I remember it well. I had to go there for something quite a while back. Sorry, I don't really remember. It was locked up tight, so tight it was scary. There was real heavy bars holding it shut. It was sealed up as good as a bank vault.
This year, it was a very simple and cheap padlock. The lone girl protecting the shrine, Rika Furude, disliked the heavy locks and consulted with the mayor, who had replaced it with a simpler padlock.
So then the mayor and Rika Furude share the crime? So, then after the mayor, wouldn't Rika Furude be in danger next?
There's a decent possibility. Kuma-chan, I want you to contact all the cars we have in Hinamizawa. Tell them to stick near the Furude Shrine.
Got it. Boy, oh boy. Let's continue. After hanging up on Shion, I searched for Rika-chan's phone number on my school's contact list. There it is! My fingers trembled with urgency, and I failed multiple times to put in the simple 5-digit number.
Keiichi, are you calling somebody at this hour? It's late and it's being rude to the other person.
That doesn't matter right now, I shouted angrily at my mother, listening to the dial tone. Pick up. Come on, pick up! The time was 11 p.m. It certainly wasn't early. It was essentially the middle of the night. Had Rika-chan already gone to bed? Her phone would be ringing constantly, though, so would she get back up for me? Rika-chan didn't pick up. She didn't pick up. She didn't pick up. Maybe she just happened to miss it. Maybe her bed was just too far away from the phone. The sound of a phone ringing gets clearer and clearer the longer you go on sleeping. Then, the bathroom? Yeah, she must be taking a bath. If that was the case, then even if she heard the phone, she wouldn't be able to pick it up. PsychoDoggy777 with the $5. It's always funny missing parts of the Higurashi streams. Last thing I saw was Festival Fun Times. This time I tune in and, oh my god, he's dead! Yeah, kinda how the series goes. It was a little late to be taking a bath, but it was possible she normally took baths right before going to bed. I'll wait 30 minutes, then try calling again. Even as I was thinking that, I called her house over and over again. I kept calling, over and over, again and again. I kept on calling her, but she didn't pick up even once. I think I kept trying for about 30 minutes, yet she wasn't picking up. Were my phone calls so persistent that she had gotten scared of picking up the receiver? No, that couldn't possibly be it. There was no point in doing this any longer. The best thing to do would be to go there in person. Where was Rika-chan's house, though? Shit. I've never even asked her where she lived. Her residence was written there in the contact list, but it was an address with mostly numbers, so I couldn't tell where it was just by reading it. Isn't there a map or something in here? Rika Furude. Her last name was Furude. It was a bit of an odd last name, so it might be easy to find. Thinking that, I rummaged around the drawer with the phone book, but could only find things like takeout menus and phone numbers for public establishments. Shit! I tore one thing after another out of the drawer, but I didn't come up with any clues as to where Rika-chan's house was. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. If you don't know, then just ask. Ask someone who does know. That's it. Rena's gotta know. I looked up Rena's phone number on the contact list. Rena Ryugu. There she was.
Hello? This is Ryugu.
It was the voice of a grumpy-sounding man. It must have been Rena's father. I am calling in the middle of the night. I need to be polite. I'm sorry for calling so late at night. This is Maibara. Is there any chance Rena-san is around?
Reina's taking a bath. Oh, she's done? Hey, Reina! There's a friend of yours on the phone.
Oh, right. Reina Ryugu was her real name, wasn't it? I'd gotten so used to calling her Rena that hearing her real name caught me a little off guard.
Hello? This is Rena.
It's me, Keiichi. Sorry for calling so late.
Keiichi-kun? What do you need at a time like this?
Well, actually, I wanted to know where Rika-chan's house is. Rena seemed a little appalled that I'd call her for something like that at this hour. However, she spoke her next words seriously, as if she'd caught on to how urgent my need was.
Okay, sure. You know the assembly halls on the grounds of the Furude Shrine? There's a 2-story shack used for storage behind it. That's where she lives.
I couldn't immediately visualize the place, but as long as I knew she lived on the shrine grounds, I'd just have to take a look around. Got it. Thanks. Sorry again for calling so late. Apologize to your dad for me too, would you?
Okay, but Keiichi-kun, why do you want to know where Rika-chan lives?
Rena asked in an unusually sharp way, halting me before I could hang up the phone. I hesitated for a moment about whether to tell her. He was killed because I told him.
Keiichi-kun, if you're still listening, could you answer me? Why are you asking where Rika-chan lives at a time like this?
Rena affected her usual tone, but beneath her words lay a certain tension, like she had intuitively sensed something was going on. What will you do, Keiichi? If it's Rena, can't I tell her? He was killed because he found out. I revealed everything, so he was killed.
Keiichi-kun? Rena's being serious. Please answer me.
Rena asked me once again in a tone so forceful I couldn't imagine her ever using it normally. I was taken aback by her vigor. Rena was Rika-chan's friend too. She had the right to be concerned about Rika-chan disappearing. If I told Rena, then, even if only for a moment, I could drive away my horrifying fears. Rena, well, I can't exactly tell you why, but...
Yes?
Rena's tone was seriousness itself. Just from that tone, I could feel her saying, "No matter what you say, Keiichi-kun, I'll believe you." That subtle sense of security gave me the courage to reveal the truth. I have a feeling that Rika-chan is in danger.
You mean like a premonition? premonition? Or do you have some reason to believe that she's in danger?
I really didn't have time to go back and forth with Rena about this. Still, I think listening to her calm voice soothed my pointless impatience. I don't have much reason, but yet I still hesitated. I had told Rika-chan that we had snuck into the ritual storehouse. The mayor to whom Shion had confessed before that had already disappeared, so it was possible that Rika-chan also. I didn't know how to explain it to Rena. While I was tongue-tied, Rena spoke up.
Sorry for asking something so weird. And it isn't like you need to be sure.
Rena laughed a little, seeming a bit absent-minded. I wasn't exactly in the mood to laugh, so this time I was dumbfounded. Rena continued in a cheerful yet still purposeful voice.
You're worried about a friend. I don't think you need a reason to go and check on them. Even if Rika-chan was asleep and you ended up waking her up, if that was why you did it, then none of us would get mad.
Rena, thank you.
Okay then, Keiichi-kun. Just one thing. You called Rika-chan's house, right? Then you just couldn't get through. So that's why you asked me where her house is?
Yeah, that's right. I must have called her for over 10 minutes. She could just be sleeping and not have noticed.
Rika-chan's house is really small. She would definitely hear the phone ringing even if she was asleep. Satoko-chan is there too, so there's no way neither of them would notice.
Huh? Satoko? You mean she's living with Rika-chan?
Yeah, you didn't know? Well, we can talk about that later. Anyway, if you called that much and no one answered, then definitely something is wrong.
Rena understood that the situation wasn't normal far faster than I could have ever imagined her to. It made her seem dependable. However, the fact that Rena had acknowledged this also meant that the best case possibility of it all being just a result of my own needless fears went out the window.
I'll go to Rika-chan's house right now. Will you come with me? I can show you the way.
Sounds good. Let's meet up at the same place as usual. I'll be waiting for you.
No, wait. I'll come get you at your house. You just wait there. And tell your family you're coming with me to Rika-chan's house, okay?
Will that be okay? We might lose time if you come here.
Did you call Mi-chan too? She's really dependable at times like these. If you haven't, then I'll give her a call.
My thoughts froze for a moment. Shion had told me to be careful around Mion during our phone conversation a little while ago. If the Sonozaki main house was somehow lurking behind the surface of the annual freak deaths, then the current heir to the family, Mion, wouldn't be uninvolved. So, wouldn't that mean she wasn't uninvolved in what happened this year to Takano-san and Tomitake-san? And also the mayor's disappearance?
Okay, bye. I'll be right over. Wait for me.
That's all Rena said before hurriedly hanging up. Now wasn't the time to be doubting Mion. I needed to make sure Rika-chan was safe. I got changed and grabbed the key to my bike. I figured things would go more smoothly if we met up in the place we usually do before school. Rena wouldn't need to come all the way to my house. My parents would probably have objected if I told them I was leaving, so I creeped out without a word. The night was unusually warm and disagreeably humid. She said that Rika-chan and Satoko lived together, right? Then it wasn't only Rika-chan. Satoko wasn't there either? Realizing what them living together really meant caused my thoughts to immediately take a turn for the worse. That can't be. Satoko is... She's got nothing to do with any of this. Even if there were a reason for Rika-chan to disappear, there shouldn't be one for Satoko. Oh, sorry. I almost turned on the phone filter again because I was just used to switching it on for Rena there for a minute. Keiichi-kun! Rena was really fast. She approached me on her bike at an amazing speed. Her breath was ragged, painting a clear picture of how hurriedly she'd been going. Hey, Rena! Let's get going!
Keiichi-kun, I thought I told you to wait at your house.
Rena's expression was all business. Was she mad? It came out of the blue, and I faltered for a moment. Well, I just figured it would be faster to meet up here.
Keiichi-kun, don't you get it?
Rena shouted, clearly angry. I'd never seen Rena like this before. Do I get it? What's the problem? Rena seemed to notice she was scaring me. Took a couple of deep breaths, then continued as if admonishing me, but her expression didn't soften at all.
Keiichi-kun, the whole village is in an uproar now that the elder disappeared, right?
Yeah.
Now you're telling me that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan aren't where they're supposed to be, right?
Yeah. That about sums it up.
Then you need to be more careful! Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to be standing out here alone in the middle of the night?
I began to understand where Rena's anger was coming from.
You told your family you'd be going to Rika-chan's house with me, didn't you? So that in the worst case scenario, if you and I were to disappear, people would know when and where we did.
Rena was perfectly level-headed in this emergency situation. Ever since the night of Watanagashi, every night, someone had died or disappeared. On the night itself, Takano-san and Tomitake-san met strange ends. On the next night, the elder vanished. And now, on the next night after that, Rika-chan and Satoko were nowhere to be found. I hadn't been thinking of anyone but myself, but it wasn't enough to say that Hinamizawa was a little weird at the moment. It was in fact extremely strange. Rena had even anticipated our own disappearances, and had told me to tell my father where I was going. I was embarrassed at my own carelessness, and the need to be embarrassed made me afraid of the night. Sorry, I didn't tell them yet.
Okay, then let's go tell them together.
With Rena beside me, I wheeled back towards my house. The moon seemed strangely high in the sky, a sky that was uselessly vast and cold, so that no matter what, it would never seem to me like a dream. This cruel fact had already confronted me. On such a crazy night, Rena had been unimaginably dependable. Hinamizawa's metamorphosis, enough to make Rena caution me against carelessness, was to me the most fearsome thing of all. The moon seemed strangely high in the sky. We met up with Mion on the way, and she, of course, was unsure whether to believe me about Rika-chan and Satoko's disappearance. Kei-chan, are you serious? I'm gonna get really mad if this is a joke. Mion was clearly displeased. If this were a joke, it wasn't very funny. I understood how indiscreet my words were. Ever since the day before yesterday, someone had either died or vanished every night. Rika-chan and Satoko disappearing after all that was something you just couldn't say, even in jest.
Mi-chan, if it really is a joke, don't get mad. Smile. It wouldn't be a joke, after all. It would be a joke, after all. We need to make sure whether it's a joke or not.
You're right. Sorry for getting upset. However indiscreet a joke it may have been, if we learned that our friends were safe, it would end up as nothing more than a funny story. Having been warned about that by Rena, Mion gave a dry smile, the tension she felt loosening a bit. She mounted her bicycle as well. Our 3 bicycles' lights flashed down the pitch-black roads. They were some of the only illumination outside. Kei-chan, why'd you suddenly decide to call and ask about Rika-chan's house at a time like this? Mion asked me the same thing that I had trouble explaining to Rena. Would it be weird to call it a premonition? I couldn't quite tell because it was dark, but I thought I could see Mion smiling very ambiguously. I definitely understood that she wasn't convinced, though despite the darkness. Well, I had this bad dream while I was snoozing, and I couldn't get it out of my head.
So, did Rika-chan get kidnapped in the dream?
Well, it was more of a vague feeling, sort of thing. If Rika-chan had answered the phone, I would have called you and Rena after that. Lies smoothly babbled out of my mouth, makeshift though they were. I was lying because I thought telling them I was connected to Shion would be like silently admitting we had stolen into the ritual storehouse together that night. Mion didn't press me any further. I didn't know whether that convinced her. Or maybe she figured that making sure Rika-chan and Satoko were safe would be faster than making an issue out of it. I felt relieved and immediately a little guilty. Mion hadn't really been acting any differently these last few days, but I'm still trying to distance myself from her for some reason. It was only because of what I heard from Shion and Oishi-san, that she was the successor to some kind of super extravagant gang family. No. Was I just trying to force myself to forget? Don't do that, Keiichi Maibara. Wasn't it Mion who was the first to ask about the night of Watanagashi? In such a harsh tone at that? Have I already forgotten the terror I felt? At the time, Mion looked like someone different from the Mion I knew. When I think about that Mion, then Shion and Oishi-san's depictions of Mion made a tiny bit more sense. Descriptions of Mion made a tiny bit more sense. That's it, isn't it? If it wasn't for how she acted that day, then I wouldn't be feeling this way towards her now. What on earth was going on with her back then? I was conveniently thinking only of everything she had done after that, while disregarding the very first thing, the thing I should have been looking at the most, wasn't I? Mion was pedaling her bicycle in front of me, her long hair fluttering in the wind. No matter how long I looked at her back, it never gave me answers to any of my questions. We went all the way to the stone steps leading up to the shrine grounds. Of course, we weren't going to want to haul our bikes up there, so we parked them beside the staircase instead.
So this is the Furude Shrine? Everyone comes and goes as they please, as if it were a park.
But this place is actually a grand estate owned by the Furude family.
So the entire shrine is private property. It really makes you feel the passage of time. 10 or 20 years ago, it would have looked exactly the same. Then wouldn't that mean that the Furude family is really old? With a history going back for generations?
Yeah, they're gone. That's odd.
Rena said something clearly disquieting, so I ran over to her. What's wrong, Rena?
Rika-chan and Satoko-chan always leave their bicycles here. See? They're gone.
I took a look around. Indeed, there were no other bicycles aside from the ones we'd taken to get here. Couldn't they have parked them somewhere else? Could they have brought them up the stairs?
Those girls couldn't do that, Keiichi-kun.
Just as she said, I couldn't imagine Rika-chan and Satoko lugging their bikes all the way up here. We hadn't yet knocked on Rika-chan's door, but reality was already sparking some ideas that weren't what you would call good. Maybe they were just parked under some trees, and we hadn't noticed them. I refused to believe that not being able to find their bikes here was proof that they'd disappeared. Let's go. The only way to be sure is to check their house. We all nodded and dashed up the stone steps. We passed through the red arch and came out onto the shrine grounds, which were covered in neat gravel. Sorry, just desk noises. It was so quiet here, as though the Watanagashi festival had never happened. So, where is the house that they live in?
Over here. Come with me.
Rena took the lead and sprinted off. We went towards the assembly hall behind the shrine, then looped around behind it. In the darkness of the night, we found a small prefab 2-story shack that looked like a warehouse.
The lights are off. Are they sleeping? Let's knock.
Rena and Mion neared the shack, which didn't look like a place people would normally live. They had such a beautiful shrine, so I figured they live in an equally beautiful house. It was far from what I had expected.
Rika-chan! Satoko-chan! Are you there?
Rena shouted up towards the second floor. Her voice was restrained at first, but it steadily grew louder. No answer. In fact, there wasn't any sort of activity in the house at all.
They might be sleeping. Let's wake them up.
Mion banged on the shutter with both hands, and the loud sounds echoed into our surroundings. They would have to have noticed this much noise. They would turn on the light in their room, fling open the windows, and yell, "What time do you think it is?" That, however, wasn't happening. There was absolutely no response. Mion stopped slamming her fists on the shutter, and a sudden silence fell over us. The silence aroused terrible thoughts in us. I could feel the blood draining from my face. Krellolin, does Rika really live alone with another girl her age where her parents... They told you before, both Satoko's parents and Rika's parents are dead.
It's locked. I wonder if we can get in somehow.
Rena showed no signs of stopping. It didn't look like she would admit that they weren't there until we went inside and saw for ourselves. That refusal to give in gave me strength. The second-story windows wouldn't be locked. I'll give them a try. Kei-chan, a ladder. Mion brought over a ladder that was standing against the house. The footing was a little unstable for me to be climbing it, but Mion held the ladder firmly in place for me. I hadn't climbed too many ladders. My inexperience with them exposed, I climbed one step at a time and tried to open each window on the second floor.
Mi-chan, I'm going to check the main house just to be sure, okay? I'll be right back.
Rena darted away. What? A main house? Can I put a trigger warning for something? I mean, I'm not sure necessarily what you are referring to. I don't think she's gonna get into much. Also, I would appreciate less, like, specific, like, yeah, like, the scene hasn't happened yet. Like, I would prefer, yeah. It's the Furude family's actual house. After her parents passed away, I think it's been left like that. Right. Rika-chan's parents. They passed away, huh? At that point, I recalled something else. Wasn't Satoko living here too?
Satoko is also an orphan. Her parents fell from a cliff because of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Then her older brother Satoshi-kun, he disappeared.
Satoshi. I've heard that name before. I remembered. He was the one who disappeared last year because of the curse.
Ever since then, Satoko and Rika-chan have been living in this shack. Neither of them has any family, but at least they're together. They help each other out.
Rena said main house, didn't she? Wouldn't it be easier to live there? The curtains were drawn, so I couldn't get a good look inside to see, but 2 young girls living together seemed like a pretty tough life.
I think she tried that at first. She said it was hard, though, because it reminded her of her parents.
I had no idea. I feel really bad for them. They were normally so cheerful at school that I never even realized an atom of this. Rika-chan and Satoko-chan. They have it hard, huh?
She's cursed.
Huh? Suddenly, Mion said something in such a low voice that it sounded like she was really cursing someone, and I didn't let it slide. I turned around on the ladder to face her and asked again.
Mion, what did you just say? I said she's cursed.
Mion, still holding onto the ladder, brought her head up to look me in the eyes. As soon as our eyes met, an absolute zero jolt of electricity surged through my body. Mion's eyes clouded over, and within them boiled and bubbled, a stew of chaos. They whirled around and around like a raging sea, and bubbles floated to the surface. I had at some point been trapped on this ladder, like being cornered on a dead-end street.
Mion, why are you making that face?
I intended to follow that up with, "You're going too far with this joke," and give her a forced smile. However, on such uneven footing as I was, the only thing that came out of my mouth was a hoarse groan as I desperately struggled to not let nausea overwhelm me.
Satoko Hojo. She's been cursed by Oyashiro-sama.
Mion answers, with a response to something I never asked, as if replying to somebody else's question.
The only people who fell from the park observation platform were her parents. Only her parents, who treated her like dirt, died that day. She was the only one to survive. Then she was sent to live with her aunt, who treated her cruelly. And the aunt was killed on the night of Watanagashi by some deviant, who beat her to death so violently her brains were everywhere, and her head an entirely different shape by the end of it. Then Satoshi-kun, who had always protected her, he suddenly disappeared on her birthday. Someone made him disappear, even though he wasn't abusing her. The police judged him to have run away from home, but Satoshi-kun wasn't the kind of person who would do that. He was always earnest. He would never ask for anyone's help. He would always drag himself through everything with hard work alone. He worked so hard he nearly ground his bones into dust, all for his one and only little sister. And yet someone made him disappear. She was the only one he lived for. And yet someone made him disappear. Poor Satoshi-kun. He was never rewarded. That's Satoshi-kun. How ungrateful that child is. She's cursed. Oh, get near her, suffer the same fate. The curse kills them, or the curse makes them disappear. She cannot have any relief. She cannot have any relief. It's probably Satoko's fault that Rika-chan disappeared too. It has to be, 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 it has to be. Mion was mumbling words over and over again that were no longer coherent. Her shoulders were trembling so hard that I could feel it through the ladder. I almost lost my footing, which made me realize just how far away the ground really was. Calm down, Mion! I don't know what you're talking about! I wasn't sure if she heard me. Mion rocked back and forth, and that rocking and trembling was becoming even more violent. Help me. The ladder, it's falling. Help me! Help! Just then, I heard the sound of many people running towards us. Oh, hey! Over here! I very nearly said help me outright. 4 or 5 adults, led by Rana, ran over here with flashlights. Kate-kun, Mi-chan, sorry it took so long. I borrowed the key. Oh, nice one. Seems all the windows and doors are perfectly sealed. I was getting worried. When I heard Mion talking like nothing had just happened, I again felt a chill run through me. The person currently holding the ladder in place, it was definitely Mion.
It was the real Mion Sonozaki. Then, the person muttering to themselves just a few seconds ago. Who was that? The person who was mumbling about terrible things, like curses. Who was that? I jumped down from the ladder as if running away, but before Mion turned into that person who wasn't Mion a second time. The adults tried a few different keys on a key ring as they tried to open the big shutter on the first floor.
Rika-chan's house used to be a disaster shelter for the town council, so the key to the shutter is still kept in the mayor's house.
It's Rika-chan and Satoko's private residence now, though. Well, this is on Rika-chan's property anyway. Nobody complains about it. Mion gave me a smile as she said that. I, however, could only return her gaze with an aghast expression. Mion was acting all too normal now, but that only contrasted all the more sharply with her earlier un-Mion-like creepiness. Bang, bam, clatter, 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 bang. The shutter opened up for the first time in a very long while. Rena located the light switch and wasted no time going inside. I followed her in.
Rika-chan! Satoko-chan! If you're here, say something!
We climbed a narrow staircase. It had looked like nothing more than a warehouse, but now that I was inside, I could feel how lived in it was. It was a person's home. Somehow, the scent of the two of them filled the place. This was definitely where Rika-chan and Satoko lived. The first floor doubled as a town assembly warehouse, but the second floor was a space entirely for living. Just like a one-room apartment, past the kitchen was a living room taking up about 150 square feet. Dressers, cupboards, and the like were packed into the space, and in the corner there was a huge pile of clothes that appeared to have just been taken in from drying outside. In the center of the living room was a fold-up table, and on it were the small containers for things like soy sauce and salad dressing. The sense of a frugal lifestyle drifted from all of it. It was strange that they weren't here in the middle of the night like this. The adults, climbing the stairs one at a time, began to make a fuss and talk amongst themselves. So, not here?
Yeah, they're not here. This is definitely weird.
The villagers had just been thrown into chaos yesterday because of the mayor's disappearance. Then today, even Rika-chan and Satoko had. Were they out playing somewhere together? That can't be. Their bicycles aren't here, though. Where would they have gone so late at night? Have they just not come back yet? Where did they go? The adults put forth various possibilities, and the house immediately devolved into a state of confusion. Eventually, Mion settled them down.
See, Rose, fun fact, you can actually walk by this house in Shirakawa-go. It's even highlighted on the current tourism map they hand out. Oh, so cool. I think I'd remembered hearing at one point that there were people living there, but I think that might have been several years ago. I don't know if there are people still living there at the moment. I know a couple of the characters' houses do actually have people living in them, though. I'm pretty sure that, I'm pretty sure Rena's house is lived in at the moment, if I remember correctly. I could be remembering incorrectly, though.
Eventually, Mion settled them down. I don't want to believe it, but the Mayor Kimiyoshi disappeared yesterday. We can't say that this is unrelated. The adults' faces paled at Mion's declaration. Mai and Rena's did as well.
Let's see. They could have gone nearby for some tea or something, then accidentally fallen asleep. Whoever invited them might not be able to wake them up at all, too.
Yes, people live there. It's a historic tourist site, so it's got people there that take care of the area and share the town's history. Well, yeah, I know that people live in the town. I just meant that specific house. I know that there are people that actually live in the village, yes. I think that's true. A lot of the houses in Shirakawa-go are actual residences. There are multiple signs asking visitors not to accidentally enter homes. Yeah, it makes sense.
Let's eliminate that possibility first. Makino-san, please go around to the houses near the stream. Keitaro-san, go near Ojaka Lake. Okamura-san, you...
Mion promptly gave directions to the villagers. The adults followed them without hesitation, despite her age.
We'll remain here and call up anyone we can think of on the phone. Okay, everyone. You have your orders.
Got it. The adults all roared in reply and pounded back down the stairs below.
Wow, Mi-chan. You're not only a chairperson of the school, but Hinamizawa, too.
No time for jokes. Hey, step aside. This old man's using the phone.
Mion grinned proudly, took the receiver, and got started. Rena gave Mion a trusting look, considering her dependable for doing all of this. My feelings, though, were a little more complicated, since her leadership seemed to be affirming the Sonozaki family's successor impression that Shion and Oishi had gave me. Stop right there, Keiichi Maibara. None of that matters right now. The most important thing is to make sure that Rika-chan and Satoko are safe. Let's see. Couldn't there be a clue hinting at where they might have gone somewhere in this room? Still, though, I wouldn't know what to look for anyway. If we tore the whole place apart and figured out what was different from before, we might have been able to speculate, but there was nothing strange about this room, and there were no clues in sight. In the first place, I had never been here before. There was no way for me to know what was different if I didn't know how the room usually looked. Hey, don't give up, Keiichi Maibara. Stop thinking and start looking. For something. In search of something, I tried pulling open the dresser drawers and opened the windows. I didn't uncover anything meaningful, though. Rena was also unable to stand around doing nothing, was looking around the room like I was. Rena, I don't think you'll find Rika-chan by opening the refrigerator or the cabinet underneath the sink.
I just thought they might be hiding. Oh.
As we were searching, it got noisy outside. Villagers were quickly assembling here, having heard the commotion. Of course, a lot of them were probably people Mion had called. I'll go tell everyone what's going on. The police will be here sooner or later, too. We'll need to explain the situation to Oishi. Mion began descending the stairs, and we followed her out to the front door of the house. There were already around 10 adults there, and all of them looked uneasy. I suddenly noticed that the old people from the shrine were here as well, and they were praying for Rika-chan's safety, rubbing their prayer beads. This had gotten bad. This wasn't just a problem between friends anymore. Mion-chan, is it true that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan aren't anywhere to be found? The villagers all formed a ring around Mion, swarming her. Mion raised her right hand as if silently telling them to calm down. First, let's check every house according to the town council's notification division and see if they're visiting anyone. After all, they could be fast asleep at someone's house and totally unaware that we're looking for them. It would definitely be hard for someone to wake Rika-chan if she had eaten a good, full meal and fallen asleep like a kitten afterwards. Oh, how nice it would be if that were the case. I don't want to think about this, but it's also possible something bad has happened. Mion's face grew remarkably more grim, and a wave of silence washed over the adults. We should divide up work, too. We'll go around to all the places we went last night while looking for the mayor. We'll go look around the damn construction site as best as we can. You guys go search around the school. Right. Let's get a move on. Come on, let's go! All of you who were up last night looking for the mayor. I know you're all low on sleep, but please do your best. Got it! With that as their signal, the adults scattered in every direction. I figured I should scatter somewhere as well, so I started walking unsteadily in a direction no one else had gone in. I was getting farther and farther from people. I didn't feel scared or anything, though. If someone were made to disappear, Shion and I should be first. It would have been perfectly normal for me to be scared of the dark. However, I didn't feel that way. Why was that? It was because tonight, someone had already disappeared. So, nobody else would disappear tonight. It would take some time before I, exhausted as I was, would feel guilt at the cause of my own selfish sense of relief. Suddenly, my vision cleared, and a cold wind caressed my body. This was the hill from which you could see the whole village. Looking down from this hill, I could see lights on here and there, and knew that the entire village had awoken from its slumber. First Takano-san and Tomitake-san, then the mayor, and now even Rika-chan and Satoko had been sacrificed. And word of it was spreading everywhere. The strength in my knees left me. This could no longer be a joke. We could have found them. Mion would have told me I was a worrywart. Rena would just be glad we did, and they would have smiled at me. My hopes disappeared as if I were awakening from a dream. That was what the view I could see was telling me. Following my knees, my arms both bent forward onto the ground, and I clawed at it with my nails. I couldn't figure out if I was feeling sorrow or frustration. Is this my fault? I couldn't endure the burden of my own sin, and I had just told Rika-chan about it. They had nothing to do with it, but Rika-chan and even Satoko had been sacrificed.
It was like a cross that Shion and I would have to bear the weight of until we ourselves were erased. Well, if I'm going that far, then the problem started long before that. My original sin of breaking taboo and entering the ritual storehouse without asking. I knew I shouldn't have gone in there from the start, yet I lost out to cheap curiosity. I hadn't felt so angry at myself until this very moment. There was a crunching sound. I wasn't even interested in who made the noise, despondent as I was.
Keiichi-kun? Keiichi-kun! Are you okay?
It was Rena. Perhaps my clawing at the ground made it look as though I was having stomach pains. She ran over and rubbed my back to make me feel better. This is all my fault. It's because of me. It's my fault.
Keiichi-kun's fault? You didn't do anything wrong. Please don't blame yourself for this.
I could tell Rena was doing her best to choose the right words out of consideration for me. That's why I could sense her intent behind those words. Keiichi-kun, you know why Rika-chan and Satoko-chan disappeared, don't you? Is what she really meant to say. Because it was an emergency, Rena had ignored the reason why I wanted to make sure Rika-chan was safe, but now that we'd actually confirmed her disappearance, it was only natural Rena would start to wonder about why. However, with the situation having gone this far, I couldn't possibly tell her now. I didn't want to admit that Rika-chan and Satoko had disappeared, but I couldn't let Rena disappear either.
Keiichi-kun, if you stay here out in the wind, you'll catch a cold.
Rena sat down, bringing her eyes level with mine.
They told us that children should go back home to sleep.
Rena showed me her watch as she said that. It was long past 1 a.m. Time was passing too quickly. Had I been crawling around here for that long?
If we don't sleep soon, we'll have trouble getting up for school tomorrow. Even the adults are really worn out, since they were searching for the mayor last night too. They were saying that they'd break up a little earlier tonight.
I was a little upset that they weren't allotting as much time to this as they had to search for the mayor last night, but that was something I, the cause of everything, had no right to criticize them for.
It's all right. The police arrived a little while ago. Look, there's police cars coming into the village right now.
Hearing that remark, I looked down at the village to see that there were indeed more cars than one would normally expect at this hour, coming from the darkness on the other side of the mountain. However, none of their emergency lights were on. Of course, their sirens weren't wailing either. That's right. All of the incidents that occurred right after Watanagashi were seen as the product of Oyashiro-sama's curse, and would be handled in secrecy. Rika-chan and Satoko, too. Their disappearance would end up exactly like the other serial incidents in the past. Surreptitious, unresolved, declared a mystery, and disappear from memory. Rika-chan's face, her sweet face like a Western doll's, would fade away. Satoko's smile, her energetic, fanged smile, would fade away. The more I tried to remember them, the less I would be able to. I deserved to be called an idiot dozens of times over, and it wouldn't be enough. I couldn't hold back the tears at my own sheer stupidity.
I don't know what you're blaming yourself for, Keiichi-kun, but you should stop.
I wasn't about to deny it. I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't affirm it either. I wanted to at least keep Rena out of this. If she found out, she would become involved. Please, Rena, could you just leave me alone? Even if I went home, I wouldn't be able to sleep. If I couldn't get to sleep, then I at least wanted to search for Rika-chan and Satoko until I collapsed. The entire village was looking, and yet they still hadn't been found. I don't think I'd be able to find them if I went looking alone at this point. Still, I had to do it. They disappeared because of me. I couldn't possibly go to sleep while other people are out there searching. I had said that to myself in self-deprecation, but I soon realized that Rena was silently trying to find the meaning in my mumblings. I realized I had misspoke.
It's Keiichi-kun's fault? Why do you think that? Why?
That can't be. Keiichi-kun, you're not at fault. I was happy that Rena said these things to me, but she only did so because she didn't know the truth. If she knew that everything had been caused by my breaking a taboo on the night of Watanagashi, then even Rena would curse my existence. However, I can't even allow for those curses. That would mean confessing my own crimes to Rena. If I spilled even one word of having snuck into the ritual storehouse on the night of Watanagashi, then even Rena
could disappear tomorrow night. The gentle, spirited, always joking, always howling. But at a time like this, the most dependable person in the world, Rena, might disappear. I don't want that. Anything but that. This time, I need to bear my own cross, alone.
Kate-kun, I know that you always have your friends in your heart. I can really understand feeling like you want to kick yourself. Rena knows that, though that it's not Kate-kun's fault. You didn't do anything wrong, Kate-kun, and I know that.
You know that? The shivering in my veins rushed up my back and replaced the sorrow in my heart with fear. I didn't tell her anything, did I? Maybe I accidentally said something that caused Rena to figure it out. This is bad. No, Rena will disappear. Rena will disappear. Rena will disappear. Then Rena, the same way I always did, grabbed my head and began to pet it roughly.
Kate-kun, are you thinking that Rena might disappear now too? Because of Oyashiro-sama's curse?
She put more force into the hand rubbing my head.
You don't need to worry about that. Rena isn't going anywhere. I promise.
How can you say that? With such confidence? I mean, someone's been sacrificed every night so far. There was no proof that it wouldn't happen again tomorrow night. There was even less proof, after all, that the sacrifice wouldn't be Rena. I don't care who you are. Just please, if you're going to erase someone, erase me first. Please. Stop cruelly getting rid of the people we're close to, like the mayor for Shion and Rika-chan and Satoko for me. Shion's hysterical shouting came back into my mind. They must be planning to kill us last of all. They're not killing the first people who come to mind. They start by killing those we're close to. And then after they've caused us so much pain, they'll kill us. That must be what they're doing. Rena, please. Don't disappear. Please don't. As long as I'm still here, I could no longer conceal the sobs welling up within me.
Come on, Keiichi-kun. Crying doesn't suit you. Let's get back to the others. The house servers are cooking some miso soup for us. It'll warm you up and calm you down.
Rena prompted me to stand. I didn't have the energy to oppose her, so I stood as she urged me to. We returned to the shrine grounds to find several gas stoves there with miso soup in big pots. The many villagers there sipped at the soup they were given in dead, stony silence. Their expressions were absolutely exhausted. Everyone had just been running around the village until a little while ago. From the dreary looks on their faces, though, I assumed they hadn't come up with anything yet.
Keitan, where'd you go? I was worried you disappeared too.
Sorry. Mion held out some miso soup for me, but I refused the offer. I didn't have much of an appetite.
Mi-chan, how is it? Did you find any clues?
Mion took a sip of her soup, her expression frank.
None at all. School ended and they went home. Then the two of them went somewhere on their bicycles. Moreover, nobody ever saw them riding their bikes, so...
When it gets dark out in Hinamizawa, people quickly vanish from the streets. Aside from adults hurrying back home from town in cars or on bicycles, it was normal to see absolutely nobody walking around outside. It wasn't at all strange that nobody had seen Rika-chan and Satoko riding their bikes.
It's the same last night with the mayor. There's no hope.
Mion's apathetic tone pricked my nerves, but that anger quickly subsided. She had been doing all sorts of things to try and find Rika-chan until just a second ago. If I asked her, she'd probably say she was up all last night too, looking for the mayor, wouldn't she? She must have been far more fatigued than I was. Besides, what about me? I had spent the time hunched over in indecision, all alone. I had no right to say anything about Mion.
Keitan, I know it's hard, but let's turn in for the night. We just decided we should break up the search for now. Drink this and let's call it quits.
Is this the end?
Oh, no, of course not. Once it's bright out again, we'll do a thorough search with the police's help. They could have gone to Okonomiya, too. People are even saying that we should go through all of Shishibone City investigating whether there are any witnesses, for both the girls and the mayor. Anyway, what happened, Kei-chan? Where did you go off to? You vanished all of a sudden. I was really worried. Suddenly, I was on the receiving end, but I didn't have the willpower to respond. Sorry. I'll be more careful. Nothing happened? There wasn't anyone suspicious spying on or stalking you? Nothing like that? Mion demanded with a serious expression. I was being criticized for how inconsiderate I had been, despite being in so much pain. I was frustrated that I was being criticized, but it was my sin. My sin, and I must bear it alone. Nothing. I'll be careful either way. Sorry. Mion, now aware that nothing had happened, heaved a big sigh with her shoulders, looking relieved.
Oh my. I knew I smelled something good coming from over here. I'd be much obliged if you'd allow me to have some.
We heard the repulsive... Dude! Come on, Keiichi, I know you're in a bad mood, but dude! We heard the repulsive voice of a man. Thanks. It was Oishi-san, trailed by a handful of police officers. He was acting energetically, in a way unfitting given the situation. There's not much left, but you can have some if you want. Mion didn't like Oishi-san very much. Her cold attitude, though, didn't seem to bother Oishi-san in the slightest. It was like splashing water in a frog's face.
Well now. Miso soup leftovers have a bit too much salt for my taste. Confound it. Joe like any?
He recommended it to his subordinates, but everyone gave dry smiles and refused.
So have the police gotten hold of any clues?
Rena's smile was warm enough to replace the miso soup.
Don't you worry, little missy. Everything's fine. We're searching for them real good.
Arabaki gave me the $2. Fat shaming? He's pregnant. Please feed the pregnant. Jesus. He didn't say a word about having found any new clues. In other words, there had been no progress. That sure was an annoying way of beating around the bush.
In any case, it really has gotten late. All you youngsters should get on home and get some sleep. It'll be bad for your health otherwise.
Yeah. Kei-chan, Rena, get some rest. These guys get our tax money. They'll handle it from here for us.
We're taxpayers too, you know. I feel like a soba noodle chef eating my own soba.
I really wasn't in the mood for laughter. In fact, Oishi-san was the only one laughing like an idiot.
Okay, seriously, please do your best. Let's go home, Keiichi-kun. It'll be harder to wake up tomorrow if we don't.
Yeah, that's right. Can always bring you home if you need. Kuma-chan, why don't you bring the car around?
No thanks. We came on our bicycles, so...
No need to worry. I came in a truck. We'll just throw the bikes in the back.
We may have gotten pretty sleepy, but we just needed to ride home at this point. I didn't want to bother the police like that. Rena, however, nodded.
Okay, if you insist, we'd appreciate it. It's probably safer than if we went back alone.
When I thought about it carefully, I realized that Rena's idea was extremely rational.
Now that it's been decided, let's get a move on, shall we?
Okay, bye. Good night. Rena, Kei-chan.
Yeah, Mi-chan, you go to bed soon too, okay? Good night.
I waved my hand as well, saying goodbye. Rika-chan and Satoko still hadn't been found. My unease, however, was steadily being pushed away by sleepiness. Rena showed the police where our bicycles were so that Oishi-san could haul them up into their truck. He prompted us to get into the back seat. I could hear the springs squeaking as I sat down on the seat that would normally hurt my rear end, but at this point it was very soft and was more than comfortable enough for me to fall asleep on.
Ladies first. Let's start with the little Mrs. house. Where do you live?
Thank you. My house is, well...
Rena's voice slowly grew distant. I felt myself being sucked into the void of sleep.
Hello? Maibara-san. You asleep back there?
When I came to, it was quiet. The car was parked. Oishi-san was giving me light slaps to the cheek. It didn't feel good at all, so I woke up immediately. Sorry, I just fell asleep. Something was being held right under my nose. A clump of metal? It was a can of coffee.
It's lukewarm by now, but cafe au lait is good even at room temperature.
Oh, thanks. I mechanically took the can and opened the pull top. The feeling of the warm, sweet liquid going down my throat awakened my sleepy mind. When my drowsiness receded, I started wanting to know why the car was stopped and why I was offered coffee. Oishi-san, who had been in the driver's seat, had at some point moved to the back. Suddenly, I had a very bad feeling about this. It reminded me of the questioning yesterday at the library. It was already too late by the time I'd realized I made a mistake. Today, of all days, it didn't look like I would be getting away. I had a feeling that until Oishi-san heard what he wanted to, he wouldn't be letting me go.
Please, don't get all formal on me. Not gonna eat you or anything. Maibara-san.
Oishi-san gulped down the last of his coffee, then stretched wide, showing me how relaxed he was. That, however, only served to heighten my nervousness. What do you need from me?
Need? Oh, no, nothing really.
You're going to evade the question at this point? What a deeply unreadable man.
Well, I don't need you for anything. I just thought that you might need something from me, Maibara-san.
I don't need anything.
Oh, I see. Really? You sure there's nothing?
There was only one side door in the back seat of this truck. In other words, my only exit was blocked off by Oishi-san. I couldn't get away. I could only limply hang my head and maintain my silence. Oishi-san, despite my reticence, relaxed and began smoking a cigarette. The cries of the insects outside seemed to be growing longer and longer, to an amount of time that almost seemed infinite.
Here, I was sure that you had something you wanted to talk to me about.
Oishi-san exhaled a puff of smoke. The windows were open, but the tobacco smoke still accumulated inside the vehicle. How much did Oishi-san know? What did he know, and what did he want to hear from me? If finding out the truth made you disappear, then if I told him, would Oishi-san disappear too? I had a feeling that I didn't need to worry about that in his case.
I wonder how all of this ended up happening.
Oishi-san addressed me in a low tone as if he was talking to himself. How all of this ended up happening? How the hell should I know? That was what I wanted to know.
You know Jiro Tomitake-san and Mio Takano-san, right? I know you do, because I personally witnessed you with them during the festival along with Shion Sanazaki-san. You know how Tomitake-san and Takano-san are doing right now? They've actually, well, passed away. They met very untimely deaths.
Oishi-san probably played that card in order to surprise me. However, I already knew, and didn't display the extreme reaction he expected.
What's this? Do you already know?
Unfortunately, for this question in particular, remaining silent was equivalent to saying yes.
Oh, so then you did also know. The reason Tomitake-san and Takano-san were cursed like that, people are saying that apparently they went into some forbidden building.
The storehouse for ritual implements. That forbidden shed, sealing away Hinamizawa's blood-stained past, where the mistake that started it all happened.
You know about the rumors? That say the mayor and Rika Furude-san were cursed because of that too?
That would mean it was mine and Shion's fault. He was right. As soon as we revealed what we did.
What did they call it? Ritual storehouse? They're saying it was bad luck. The lock to it had been replaced by a simpler one, which made it easier for thieves to get inside.
What? This was news to me.
Till last year, it apparently had these big bars and a huge padlock on it. I mean, you know, ever since the priest and his wife passed away, Rika Furude-san's been managing the place, right? Apparently, she talked to the mayor saying she wanted them replaced with a lighter, more simpler padlock because the bars were too heavy for her.
I didn't know anything about those big bars he was talking about, but the lock had certainly been a simple one. It was a pretty cheap one, too, and didn't really fit my impression of what a lock for a place you'd store something as important as ritual implements would look like.
Rika-san's a small girl, after all. Bars were heavy with rust, and they must have caused her a lot of trouble. So the mayor hired a craftsman and replaced the lock with a simple padlock so she could open it with a key.
So, how does that mean it was bad luck?
Here's what I'm saying. Thieves couldn't get in with the old tight lock. The mayor and Rika-san replaced it with a cheap lock and a key on their own, so thieves broke into it. Apparently, that's how it's gonna go down.
That explanation is a bit...
Letting that slide. Certain members of the village delivered punishment upon the thieves who stole into the ritual storehouse, as well as the mayor and Rika-san who changed the lock. At least those are the whispers that seem to be going around. Maibara-san, what do you think?
What do I think? I don't really know what you mean by certain members of the village.
You familiar with the three families? Representatives from each of them gave short addresses at the Watanagashi Festival's opening ceremony.
I didn't see them. I came partway through the festival, so I don't really...
The three families are the three oldest families in Hinamizawa. To give actual names, the Kimiyoshi family, the Sonozaki family, and the Furude family. They each have quite the lineage, it seems. Long ago, it's said that everything in the village was decided by a council of the three families.
The Kimiyoshi family. Old man Kimiyoshi. Meaning, the mayor's family. The Sonozaki family was Mion's. So the Furude family was Rika-chan's family then?
After the war, the Sonozaki family quickly expanded their influence. Practically speaking, after leading the fight against the construction during the dam conflict, they jumped to the top of the hierarchy in Hinamizawa. You see, though, in accordance with the old ways, they still decide important village matters only after consulting with the three families. That's why the leaders of the three families each have their own address at the start of Watanagashi. In other words, the mayor, the old lady currently in charge of the Sonozaki family, and the last remaining member of the Furude family, Rika-san.
I heard that the Sonozaki family was pretty high up here, pretty high up there. So Rika-chan's family was just as old?
Well, as you're aware, she has no relatives at all. In reality, the Furude family holds pretty much no influence. However, it seems like people gravitate towards Rika-san on a personal level, and I hear that many of the village's elderly have blind faith in her.
It was certainly true that Rika-chan had a sort of charisma amongst the elderly. So, what are you telling me all about all this three families stuff for? Oishi-san paused for emphasis, lighting another cigarette.
I've explained a lot, but I suppose it's not enough.
I'm asking because I don't understand. Oishi gave me a dry, meaningful grin and blew out another big puff of smoke.
Members of the three families are disappearing one after the other. That's what I'm talking about. I've read that it's based on some kind of old traditions inherent in Hinamizawa, but I don't know much beyond that.
I don't know anything about it either.
That's why I'm asking. The leaders of the Kimiyoshi and Furude families have disappeared, so maybe the leader of the Sonozaki family will disappear next. Well, that's just a random idea bouncing around in my head at the moment. Just kidding, really.
The leader of the Sonozaki family? Who is it?
The current leader is the old lady at their main house, but it wouldn't be incorrect to say that practically all the rights of leadership have been transferred to her granddaughter, Mion-san.
The visage of Mion giving prompt directions to the adults while searching for Rika-chan sprung back to mind. Mion? She's gonna disappear? I hadn't even thought of that possibility. All my hair stood on end. That's insane!
Nobody wants that, right?
Of course not! We can't allow that! Clamp. Oishi-san grabbed my shoulder with both hands.
Then help us, Maibara-san. If there's anything you've noticed about me and Sonozaki lately, please tell me.
I was going along with him? By the time I'd realized it, it was too late. Oishi-san brought his face in closer, almost close enough to ram into me, waiting for my next words. This pressure. I can't tear my eyes away from his. That moment, I heard a beeping sound. It was from the driver's seat. He ignored it at first, but then it started to bother him, so he finally let go of me and leaned into the driver's seat.
Hello? Yep, loud and clear.
I was saved. Of course, it's not like I could use this opening to escape.
I see. Yes, all right. Let's head back then. Yes. Okay.
Apparently he was being recalled. Now that I knew I'd be freed, the tension in my body dissipated all at once.
Looks like I need to get going. We're just getting to the good part, too. That's too bad.
Oishi-san flung open the door, exited, and walked around to the front of the driver's seat. He left the door open. Did that mean I could leave?
You really care about your friends, Maibara-san. An admirable trait for a kid to have in this day and age. I totally understand that it feels like you'd be betraying them if you told the police anything. Maibara-san, it's the middle of the night. So get a good night's sleep and then think about it. Just a little bit of courage from you might end up being what saves you many of your friends in the end.
Did he want to say that the sacrifices wouldn't stop with Rika-chan and Satoko?
You know this already, but every night since Watanagashi something's happened. In the past, the curse only occurred once per year, but this time it's been going on for days. What a prosperous year this has been.
I don't think you can call that prosperous.
The night before last night, and now today. There's no proof that something won't happen tomorrow night as well. It's our job to prevent such things before they happen, but for that, we need your cooperation, my bro-san.
I looked out the open door to see none other than my own house, right in front of me. It creeped me out that he knew my name and address, but I was too sleepy right now. I was too sleepy to care.
Well, you're probably tired. It's already 3 in the morning. Please get yourself a good rest.
Yes, sir. I'll be going now. When I was about to get out of the truck, as if to deliver a parting blow, Oishi-san said in a raised voice,
I'll be coming by every day till you feel like talking, all right? I don't believe forcing you to confess in an interrogation room is really in fashion these days.
I couldn't say anything in response, but me slamming the door shut probably served the same purpose. After lightly beeping the horn, Oishi-san's truck drove off. I went to the front door without waving goodbye. The door was locked, but the chain wasn't up. I unlocked the door and entered. Then walked over to the staircase. That was where I lost consciousness. Ooh, lots of tips. So let's look at him. More scrapbook.
The Sonozaki family. The one to drastically expand its influence after the war was the Sonozaki family. The leader at the time was Orio Sonozaki, who still has that seat today. Orio Sonozaki has grown old, and today you can only catch a glimpse of who she was at the time. From what I've been told, however, she was a leader extolled as the best in history. Having become so old, aside from going out a few times a week for lessons, she spends her time at home in solitude and seems to leave most of the ceremonial affairs to her heir, Mion. There are different views on why the successor was not her daughter, but her granddaughter Mion. But it's rumored that it has to do with the disownment of her daughter and son-in-law. That uninhibited granddaughter, Mion Sonozaki, still shows no signs of the dignity required of the next leader. However, she does have Sonozaki blood in her veins and is permitted the name of Demon. She still doubtlessly requires caution and is probably hiding her fangs and claws, as skillfully as the leaders of the past did.
The elderly leader of the Sonozaki family? Well, let's see here.
Yes, the postal worker hasn't seen anything either. The Sonozaki main house has their seal hanging from their mailbox so that anyone can stamp their mail or parcels with it and drop it in. It's rather careless of them. So, when was she last seen? She was last seen at the Watanagashi opening ceremony greetings. She apparently returned home right after that. Well, she is pretty old. From what I've heard, she goes out a few times a week to take lessons, right? You found anything out about that?
Oh, wait. Are they all in the car, or are they all radioing? I don't know. I can't tell from just the text. Well, whatever. Every Monday she goes out to the assembly hall to practice the Taisho Goto, but she didn't go this week.
Any calls to say she wasn't going to be there? Has anyone confirmed it?
No, nobody. She apparently takes days off once in a while, so nobody thought it was strange.
Tomorrow, why don't we pretend we're at the town hall and call around 10 o'clock? Please figure out whether she's at home.
Oh, car is empty. Oishi is radioing in too. I see. Well, too bad. I could have been using the filter, but whatever.
10 o'clock?
Got it. Ever since it started to seem more and more like ancient Hinamizawan traditions had something to do with all of this, he'd been keeping a careful eye on the three families.
At this point, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family and the leader of the Furude family had disappeared. There was only one leader left. Oh, no, wait. Sorry. Never mind, Seditious. I understand that you were joking now. Oryo Sonozaki, the leader of the Sonozaki family. She was apparently a pretty old woman. Her dignity hadn't waned, but still only appeared before people rarely, so it was difficult to confirm where she was at any given time. She, the last leader, hadn't been seen since the day of Watanagashi. Was she still alive and well within the Sonozaki main house? Or had she...
According to me and Sonozaki, she had fallen ill and was sleeping it off. Wonder if she's really sleeping. I'd like to take a look at her face and her pulse. You can say that again.
The two of them breathed out a big puff of cigarette smoke.
Oishi-san, about the search warrants for the Sonozaki main house and the Furude shrine. Do you think we'll get them?
Oishi didn't respond, exhaled another cloud of tobacco smoke, his surroundings now as foggy as his mind. Oops. Yeah. So about Grandma. It's actually been a while since anybody's seen her either. Go figure. More scrapbook.
The hidden demon. The inhabitants of Hinamizawa believe that the blood of demons flows in their blood. As such, the character for demon is treated as very sacred. For example, usage of the character in names is apparently a right reserved for only the leaders of the Kimiyoshi and Sonozaki families. Case in point, we can see it with the current Sonozaki family leader's name, Oryo, is written with the character that. This, and only this, is proof that she is a legitimate leader of the Sonozaki family. In the same way, Mion Sonozaki, its successor, contains it in her name, with Mi being written as. It also goes for Oryo's daughter and Mion's mother Akane, who did not succeed her.
Jam with Canadian $2. Nothing bad ever happens to the Sonozakis.
It's known that before the disowning, Akane's name was actually written as this, though it was changed afterwards to still read as Akane. Incidentally, it's thought that the first character, the Mayor Kiichiro's name, originally meant demon, which can also be read as Ki. It should be said that names using the character aren't limited only to the successors of the Sonozaki family. You can even find it in the last names of the three families. For example, the characters for Kimiyoshi are likely a split-up version of this. If you write it in reverse and top to bottom as this, it clearly resembles the character. As for the Furude family, who has been in the Shinto priesthood for generations, the word for fortune teller can be written without interval characters as this. I think that with the addition of a demon's horn, the tick on the top of the character, became the that is used in their name now. In the case of the Sonozaki family, where Sonozaki is written this, I can't find any reference to the character, perhaps because it's already ingrained into their first names. They were the clan responsible for running the Watanagashi ceremony, so I think that instead they included the contents of that ceremony into their last name. The Zaki in Sonozaki is a conjugation of the word for slice, and the Sono, written as, probably contains the hidden meaning of human body, as it is a complicated mess, organs, enclosed by four sides. I think, in other words, that Sonozaki comes from those who slice open the gut.
And finally, request denied.
I'm back. How'd it go? You find any clues?
The officers shook their head in disappointment. Exhaustion was plainly showing on everyone's faces. That was only natural. None of them had gotten a wink of sleep since the day of Watanagashi.
Chief, let the youngest of us take a nap, then switch them out. We got a long stretch ahead of us, after all. Let's not push ourselves too hard. Rest up so that we can take it easy as we go. I've been telling them to sleep in shifts. Nobody actually seems willing to sleep, though. Could you tell them yourself, Oishi-san? Oh my, you don't need to force yourselves. Komiyama-kun, please let everyone sleep in shifts, starting with the youngest.
Komiyama-san, please do that. After the chief told him as well, Komiyama-san left his seat.
So, Chief, still no good on our request?
It's just a rumor among the villagers in the first place, you know. It's going to be difficult without more concrete evidence.
Even when that evidence might be tucked away in there?
We need evidence that evidence is tucked away in there.
Chief, don't start speaking in riddles to me now. We have witnesses that say 4 people, including the 2 who died, went into the forbidden ritual storehouse without permission. This is all reliable information.
You might call it information, but they're really only rumors. They're not concrete evidence.
Well, it's true that we don't have any pictures of the 4 of them sneaking in with cloth tied around their heads. Anyway, those 4 saw something inside the storehouse. Something important enough that they'd be erased.
Important enough that they'd be erased? What would that be exactly?
That's why I'm asking for a warrant to go looking for it in the first place. Anything pointing out the Sonozaki family's connections to violent organizations would be a major contender, like a pile of Tokarevs or a secret poppy production facility. The secret Sonozaki family fortune would also be pretty difficult to discard.
Look, Oishi-san, I know how you feel. However, the storehouse is a sacred building belonging to the Furude Shrine, and we need proper consideration for the locals when dealing with it.
I heard that there was an hour-long call made from Congressman Sonozaki to the big man. Chief, could he have nailed you back down?
Anyway, as long as we don't have suitable evidence, we won't get a search warrant for the storehouse. That goes for the Sonozaki main house, too. Especially considering that's the jurisdiction of both Section 4 and the Prefectural Police's Crime Prevention Division. We need careful preparations first.
If you say you need preparations, then why don't you just let me talk with them directly? Shige-chan's the head of Section 4, right? For crime prevention, it's Sankai-san. They seem like they'd be quicker to talk to if I sat them down at a mahjong table.
Chief, you have a visitor. Oh, yikes! Pushing the employee who guided him right out of the way was an old man who looked like a Yakuza member, given his crested kimono and a hakama. Did he not get enough of this over the phone?
I'm Congressman Sonozaki. I demand to know who's responsible for this. This instant.
Hello, I'm the Division Chief, Takaski. Jeez, sorry. Got tongue-tied there for a second.
I don't need your name. I could have you demoted on a whim. You wouldn't even be enough. Bring out the one called Oishi or whatever. He deserves punishment for requesting a search warrant on the sacred Furude Shrine.
I sincerely apologize. Oishi is currently out on investigation, and he's been difficult to contact. I'll take his place and hear you out. So please, have a seat. The chief's eyes were telling me to get out of here.
Perhaps I'll gratefully accept this favor. Maybe I'll go lay down in the nap room.
Listen here. The Furude Shrine spent 2,600 years under the imperial calendar and 2,500 more beyond that. It is sacred, a sanctuary that must never be defiled. The 800,000 gods, Oyashiro-sama, and the spirits of our ancestors are enshrined there. The holy shrine protects Hinamizawa from when the sun comes up to when it sets, and from when the moon rises to when it falls. Who is the idiot that wanted to set foot in there? Besides, the right to religion is the most revered right of the people of this country in the Constitution. You dare to be so bold as to sully that using your own investigation's negligence as a pretext? I cannot. I will not allow it. Are you listening, you lying scum? I'm angry now, so you're not getting off the hook that easily.
Yikes. Looks like you boys are in trouble. Well, there's the tips. So, let's continue onward. I saw a ceiling I was familiar with. Though I was groggy from sleep, I did notice that I was in my futon, like I was every morning. I looked at my clock, and despite having turned in so late last night, I'd awoken at precisely the same moment I always did. I'm so low on sleep. But I guess you can really get up at the same time every day. The secrets of the human body never cease to amaze me. If I went back to sleep like this, I would definitely not be waking up again. I spurred myself on and slipped out of my futon. Mom asked me about last night at breakfast. Apparently we too had gotten a call asking if we knew where Rika-chan and Satoko were, and Mom vaguely understood that something serious was happening. So then, you were out late last night with all of your friends looking for them? Till about 3, I think. Yeah. Did you find them?
Rika-chan and Satoko-chan, I mean.
Crunch. I wearily bit into my toast. It really didn't have any taste. Just then we heard the chime go ding dong. I looked up at the clock and saw that it was about 5 minutes past my regular meeting time with Rena. It was her at the door.
Good morning. Did you get any sleep? Did you?
I think I slept for a few hours. You could probably count them on a chicken's toes, though. Rena seemed pretty sleep-deprived as well. There was something missing from her usual spirit. Are you going to school?
Yeah, I think it would be better that way.
She said, smiling, albeit stiffly. Rena was probably worrying her heart out about those two as well. Even so, she wanted to go to school.
If you stay home today, I think you'd just be worrying nonstop and sleeping. I don't want that. So let's go to school together.
Alright. Wait just a moment. I'll get ready. I was just a little bit happy that Rena mustering that much consideration for me. We went to the place we'd usually meet up with Mion, but she was nowhere to be found. We were a little bit late today, so we thought she'd be waiting for us.
Guess Mi-chan couldn't wake up today, huh?
That's right. For her, it wasn't just yesterday. She was up all night looking for the mayor the night before last, too. We waited for a bit. Time passed until it got to the point where it was okay for us to go on alone, and we exchanged glances. What do we do? Wait a little longer? At that point, my brain, which had been finally woken up by the morning air, recalled the ominous words Oishi-san had left me with last night. The leaders of the three families were disappearing one after another. And it might be the Sonozaki's leader. Could Mion have... No, it couldn't be.
Let's go. Let's let her sleep for today.
Rena gave me a pat on the back. Mion, she's still here, right?
Did you say something?
Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself. Let's get moving. The two of us headed to school by ourselves. On the way, we saw a bunch of our classmates accompanied by their parents. It even looked like some of them were being taken to school by car. Surprisingly, the principal was also standing watch at the school gate. I'd never seen that before.
Good morning.
Good morning. The principal was bowing to our classmates' guardians. The wooden sword leaning next to him was a little ominous.
Maibara-kun, good morning. Ryugu-kun, good morning.
Good morning.
Your teacher has something important to say, so head straight to the classroom. All right?
Rena and I said nothing. The madness that only existed at night had finally crawled out into the sunlight. That's what it felt like.
I forget where the turn of phrase came from. It was from some horror game, I believe, but I can't remember specifically which one. But there was that term that was coined, like horror in the daytime or horror in the daylight or whatever. I feel like this section of Watanagashi really, really embodies that specific term very, very well. Like, by this point, you know, the town has, like, sort of become almost like a ghost town. Like, everybody's meandering around and, like, nothing is safe, and it's just, like, all of the lively energy has been sucked out of it. Like, the morning air is completely devoid. It's just so silent and claustrophobic. And it's pretty haunting. It's good.
Good morning, everyone. The hushed conversations that had been spreading for a while now all disappeared like an illusion the moment our teacher walked in the door. Silence dominated the classroom. The principal came in with our teacher as well. This was clearly not a normal morning.
First, the principal has something important to tell everyone. Go ahead, Mr. Principal.
The principal cleared his throat and approached the dais.
I'm sure some of you already know this.
The classroom was dead silent. Everyone was staring at Rika-chan and Satoko's empty seats. The principal briefly and simply declared that Rika-chan and Satoko had gone missing. There wasn't a single person in the classroom who didn't already know. There seemed to be many, however, who couldn't accept it as the truth. It had been confirmed to them now by the principal's words. There were sobs throughout the classroom, and I heard a kid crying. They steadily spread throughout the whole room. The big-hearted principal wasn't able to keep his cool either.
Okay, everyone pay attention. From today on, your parents or guardians will be taking you to school. For those of you whose parents can't do so, you'll be coming here in groups. I made a handout, so read it carefully and be sure to show your parents. Understand?
The teacher's voice was a little abrasive. Not even she could conceal the strain she felt from this unprecedented, abnormal situation. They should have just canceled school today. However, Rena told me that the school was also like a nursery for the students whose parents both worked, so some of them wouldn't want school to be canceled.
Well then, let's begin the lesson. Class president? She's absent, I see. Whoever is on day duty, let me hear it. All rise!
That feeling of wanting to maintain an everyday atmosphere, even if only in school, precisely because our lives had been messed up, was something that I agreed with at this point. As for the teacher, who always had her lunch in the staff lounge, she ate in the classroom today. I had to laugh at her curry bento, which was just a rumor until now, but there was nobody to laugh with me. Rena brought her chair and lunch over to my seat. Today, it was only the two of us. The fact that we didn't need to drag any other desks over was sad.
I'm sleepy.
Yeah, I don't feel like sleeping anymore, though. In fact, I'm jealous of all the people that could sleep at a time like this. I've got nerves of steel.
You're right.
I was sleepy this morning, but my drowsiness had dissipated after coming to school and constantly feeling the incredible tension. Rena's bento box didn't have its usual luster. That was to be expected. Rena was up for a long time last night, too. She wouldn't have had enough time to make her lunch beforehand, since it's not like she would have gotten up early this morning. Grab anything you want. Go ahead. You can admit that my bento's better today.
Okay, then I'll have some. Wow, a sequel roll with Paria and cheese? That's interesting.
Rena, this might have ready-made food in it, but it's pretty good too. I realized the two of us were desperately trying to brighten the afternoon mood to its usual level as much as we could. I looked around the classroom, and it seemed like we were the only ones trying to do so, surrounded as we were by gloominess.
Just the two of us sharing our lunches like this. It's sort of like something. Oh.
Our laughter grew quieter. I was the first one to mess up. Sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's not your fault.
Our chopsticks both stopped moving. We couldn't keep it up anymore. Reika-chan, Satoko. I wonder where they went. Those words might have sounded too miserable. Everyone was thinking it, using roundabout ways to address the topic, but I came right out and said it. I heard Rena catch her breath.
Yesterday, while you were gone, I heard a bunch of things, so I'll tell you what I know, okay?
Sorry again about last night. Go ahead. At that time, since they had arrived for support, Rena was helping the Ladies' Society cook the miso soup we'd had. They reported all of the information the villagers had gathered, and Rena said she overheard it. They didn't know anything important, though, did they? Rika-chan and Satoko went home after school, and they apparently went somewhere on their bikes, but other than that, Mion had told me yesterday. We had no clues.
Yeah.
The police also said that they probably went out on their bikes to go play somewhere as soon as they got home. If they were going to go play somewhere on their bikes right after getting home, then they might have gone into town. So I guess they concluded they disappeared while in Okonomiya. The police were saying how they were going to expand their search to Okonomiya in the morning.
In town. It makes sense why we couldn't find them even though we searched all of Hinamizawa then. Still, something didn't fit. I had no basis for thinking that, just a gut feeling. I revealed something to Rika-chan that was likely very important to her that day. Then Rika-chan had told me to leave it to her. And then... what did she say? Oh, right. If she didn't work hard, then something bad might happen to the dog too, I think. With all the talk of dogs and cats, I still didn't have the faintest idea what she really meant. But it might have been Rika-chan's way of saying this was a race against time. Damn it! I'd selfishly pushed my anxiety on Rika-chan and tried to run away. When I thought about it, I shouldn't have run back then. I should have asked her more about the dogs and cats. The more I think back on it, I really screwed up. Anyway, I don't think Rika-chan was in a situation where she would just go off to play somewhere. Of course, I didn't have any evidence or conviction to base that on. It was just a hunch. I don't think she'd go into town.
You think so too, Kiichi-kun?
I agree.
Rika-chan and Satoko-chan must have had disappeared into Hinamizawa.
I looked back at Rena, startled. I could hear the conviction in those words. Without replying to my empty gaze, she took her bento box and went to the hallway.
I'm going to go rinse this out.
She timed that in a way that broke off the conversation. Suddenly, I got the feeling that the next thing she had to say would be hard to say aloud in the classroom. I hurriedly grabbed my bento box and followed her. Rena didn't go to the kitchenette, but rather to the water fountains out back where students seldom went. The water flowed down onto our bento boxes. During that time, Rena didn't say a word. Then, after making sure no other students were around, she finally opened her mouth to speak.
Then, the whole thing about Rika-chan and Satoko-chan going to town to play and then disappearing, that didn't make sense for some reason. So I decided to investigate a little bit myself.
Who did you ask? What did you ask them about?
I asked the Ladies' Society all kinds of things. There was a lot of tofu in the miso soup yesterday, remember? The old lady from Tomita Tofu Shop came too.
The Tomita Tofu Shop. Oh, I remember. That was one of the stores on the road leading to the hospital. Those huge lumps of tofu dancing in the bathtub like cistern always looked nice and refreshing.
The old lady says she remembers Satoko-chan stopping by to buy tofu there on her way home from school.
Tofu? Well, it's on the way home, right? How's that a clue?
Just listen. Do you remember when we went to Rika-chan's house?
Rena stepped away from the sinks and spread her arms wide to recreate the space of Rika-chan's room.
There was a pot on her gas cooker, and there was a miso soup in it. I think there was about half of it inside. The rest was in the refrigerator. They must have been planning to make chilled tofu. It was on a plate in plastic wrap.
As Rena explained, she walked around, as if she were really going through Rika-chan's room. Still, Rena, why does this matter?
Keiichi-kun, when you make miso soup, you put the tofu in last. That means that Rika-chan or Satoko-chan, whoever was cooking, was standing there making it up right until before dinner time.
Right up until dinner time? Wasn't everyone saying that their bikes weren't around, so they must have gone somewhere to play by themselves?
The trash in the countertop bin was put in there really awkwardly, too. Rika-chan makes most of their food and lunches, but occasionally Satoko-chan does it, too. So Satoko-chan was cooking that night.
So that means that Satoko at least didn't go somewhere to play. She was preparing dinner.
Yeah. Then I took a look at the rice cooker, and there was rice for two still in there.
So she made dinner for both of them, but neither of them ate it? Is that it? Rena nodded.
So next I looked into the fridge. There was some chilled tofu made from the other half that they bought. That's not all either. There were a whole bunch of plates with side dishes for dinner, and all of them were in plastic wrap.
You usually plastic wrap things so that you can have leftovers for the next day. My mom does it all the time too, using them in breakfast or in lunch.
That's right. You use plastic wrap to save leftovers for later. So the fact that they were in the fridge means they didn't plan on eating them that night, at least.
Is that what it means?
Keiichi-kun, think a little harder. Their dinner was totally untouched and wrapped up. What do you think that means?
Well, that means they didn't need to eat dinner anymore. So they would have gone out to eat or ordered takeout.
It must have been really sudden, too. If they had decided to do that beforehand, they wouldn't have made anything, but there was dinner for the two of them. That means that when Satoko-chan was making their dinner, they really thought that they were going to eat it right before they didn't.
So then, the theory about the two of them going out to play and then disappearing is wrong.
Yep. They disappeared after making dinner, and right before they ate it. Probably around 7 o'clock.
Where would they have gone at a time like that by themselves without eating?
That's obviously where this is leading. Keiichi-kun, do you remember? On their fold-out table, there were things like soy sauce and a chopstick holder.
There might have been something like that. I didn't remember.
The container for the soy sauce. It was empty. There wasn't even a drop left. Chilled tofu wouldn't taste good without it. So I looked under their sink for the larger bottle of soy sauce that they have.
You sure know a lot about where they keep stuff.
I've been to Rika-chan's house and cooked for them before.
Rena cleared her throat, her face returning to a serious expression.
Then, when I opened the cabinet, the big bottle of soy sauce wasn't there at all.
It wasn't there? What does that mean?
Everything I'm going to say from here on is just Rena's idea. so please listen until the end without saying anything.
Last night, Satoko was making dinner like normal.
Rika-chan usually watched TV until the food was ready, so she was probably lying down watching a variety show or something. Satoko put the tofu in the miso soup, and right when dinner was about to be ready, she noticed that they were out of soy sauce. So Rika-chan, who had nothing to do, brought the big bottle of soy sauce to a neighbor's house to borrow theirs.
I don't really know my neighbors that well. Would people be willing to just give her soy sauce?
Yeah, it's not all that uncommon in Hinamizawa. So Rika-chan rode her bike out to get some soy sauce. No matter how long Satoko-chan waited, though, Rika-chan didn't come back. So then Satoko-chan called up the house where Rika-chan was going. Would Rika happen to be imposing on you? Something like that. Then the other person must have replied with something like this. We have plenty of food here, so you should come too, Satoko-chan. Rika-chan has already eaten. I think that's how they called her out there. Satoko called Rika a few names in private and wrapped up the dinner she had made for them. She put it in the fridge so that she could use it for breakfast and lunch the next day. Then Satoko got on her bike too, and headed for the house where Rika-chan was. Okay, but this is already pretty strange. You don't normally make so much food that you can give it to people who suddenly arrived at your house.
A veteran housewife would never normally make so much food that she could feed 2 extra people. Could it have just been a coincidence that they made too much?
It's still unthinkable.
Rena flatly denied me.
Since Rika-chan knew that Satoko-chan had worked really hard to make dinner for them, didn't she? No matter what kind of food she was offered, she wouldn't let Satoko-chan's dinner go to waste.
This was all only circumstantial evidence, and Rena's guesswork. Even so, it was all extremely convincing. It was the only ray of hope we had to topple this situation bereft of clues. Then, Rena, where did Rika-chan go to get soy sauce? That was the heart of it. It would have to be somewhere that she'd feel comfortable with asking for soy sauce, and somewhere Satoko wouldn't think of as suspicious that she'd been invited for dinner. So, who was it? Rena slowly shook her head.
That's all for Rena's guesses. These are all just ideas, okay? Keep them a secret from the police.
What is there to hide? Or, even if only half of what you say is right, it should be a good clue for all of this.
Keiichi-kun, this all means suspecting someone from Hinamizawa. We can't suspect anyone without a really good reason.
I saw a few girls coming over to rinse out their bento boxes. Rena cut the conversation short there and returned to the classroom. I stayed there alone, my body bathed in the lively voices of the cicadas. Let's think about this, in my own way. Rena had barely any information to go on, and yet she'd reasoned out that much. So there should be something that only I, who knew far more than Rena did, could deduce. Oishi-san said this last night too, but this incident was definitely occurring within Hinamizawa. Rena might not have wanted to believe it, but it's basically a given that the culprit is someone from the village. The trigger for everything was when the 4 of us trespassed in the forbidden storehouse. Somebody saw us going in there. For the culprits, breaking the taboo was a crime punishable by death. So that night, Tomitake-san and Takano-san were sacrificed. There were 2 left. Shion and myself. However, before the culprits bore their fangs on Shion and me, they went after the mayor, to whom Shion had confessed her sin. Next, they went for Rika-chan, to whom I confessed my sin. Then, what about Satoko? Just a stray bullet? By itself, Rika-chan being sacrificed after I told her everything was mortifying. But Satoko, who was sacrificed for no reason, wasn't that all the more regrettable? Everything was my fault. Who would be the next to disappear? Who would it be? Shion and me next time? Why? Why weren't the culprits going for me and Shion right away, though? If they had enough power to erase the mayor and Rika-chan, then why not just get rid of Shion and me? If they went for us, well, I wouldn't like it, but I could still tolerate it. What I couldn't forgive was them getting rid of those we confessed to. Now that I think of it, yesterday, Shion said something alarming. She felt like someone was watching her. So then, was someone watching me as well? Strangely, though, I hadn't felt anything like that until now. Even though I'm the root cause of everything, I had never once had that impression. Maybe that was simply because Shion was more cautious than me, and I was just careless. That's another story, though. Let's get back on track. Why weren't the culprits going after Shion and me? I felt like that's where the key to this lay. Could it be... Was I making a big assumption that I shouldn't have been? I thought and I thought, but couldn't come up with an answer. The one thing I understood was that I was a concerned party to this case, and that I had a duty to watch over it until everything got resolved. I heard the ring of the bell declaring the end of lunch break. Would somebody else disappear tonight? If nobody else did, then I wanted them to get rid of me tonight for sure, and put an end to all of this. Shion's hysterical voice on the phone call last night came back to my mind. They planned to murder those close to us first, make us as miserable as possible, and only then would they kill us.
Mybroken, lunch break's over. Go back to the classroom.
At the principal's urging, I returned to the classroom, which was quiet as the streets at night. There were a lot of parents picking up their children after school. It was just like a kindergarten. The students whose parents didn't come went home as a group. We left school with everyone else, following the assigned route. Even while leaving, nobody said anything funny. They all looked like exhausted mountaineers silently marching through the mountains. As we went, one left, and then another. And in the end, it was just Rena and me. I was supposed to escort Rena all the way to her house, but she declined. Will you be alright? It's not safe to go alone.
It would be just as dangerous for you to go home by yourself after bringing me back, Cage-kun. It's still light out anyway. I'll be fine.
I see. Then be careful, okay?
Yeah. Isn't that a policeman?
Rena pointed towards my house. There was a car stopped in front of it. From out of that car came Oishi-san. He must have been waiting for my return to ambush me. Oishi-san started walking over wearing that annoying grin. Rena, you should go. If you get involved with him, you'll be here for hours.
But what do the police want with you? With you?
Rena's a good person. Even when I made a fuss over Rika-chan's disappearance, she never asked me why I did. She could have been suspecting me ever since then, and that would have been okay. Even so, she still hadn't asked me anything. She didn't try and pressure me into revealing the truth. I'm not the culprit.
I know that.
That said, I can't say that I'm totally uninvolved with this incident. Rena simply listened, smiling like she always did. Even though I had insinuated I was related to the incident, she didn't look at me as though she was looking at something dirty. I'll tell you next time.
Okay. I'm looking forward to it.
Get going then. Rena gave me a slight bow and trotted away, leaving me, alone with Oishi-san, who walked over.
Hello. Welcome home, my bro-san.
Hello.
Looks like your parents aren't here. My, is in a little bit of a spot.
He came all the way to my house? I could only thank my good fortune that my parents were absent. Since neither of them was around at this hour, they would probably be back late. I think Dad got called out on business. I don't think he'll be back until later.
I see. Well, that's convenient, I suppose. We can do this without giving your parents any strange ideas.
Oishi-san pushed my back, prompting me to walk. It seemed like he wanted me to get into the car. Hold on just one moment, guys. I will be back in just a second. Sorry about that. Just had to take care of something real quick. Are you taking me to the police station? I wasn't the culprit, but I was the cause of everything. It wouldn't be weird if he wanted to investigate me. That kind of gave me a resigned feeling.
No, I just don't want to stand around talking. We can talk in the car, that's all. Come on now, don't be shy.
He opened the back door and urged me inside. If I got in, I wouldn't have a very easy time getting out. If I said no, however, then this man might really handcuff me and take me away. I couldn't refuse. I could only accept in good grace. The inside of the car had been cooled too much by the air conditioner, and there was a rusty smell coming from the filter, which must have been cleaned only rarely.
Oh, is it too cold? I'll turn the car off.
He turned off the engine, and it suddenly became quiet, and the voices of the Higurashi, with all of their cool loneliness, snuck inside. It sounded to me like a chorus of voices, lamenting my exorbitant punishment for having harbored such foolish curiosity. For a few moments, while listening to those voices, I myself lamented the days that had been twisted and distorted since that night. Oishi-san, as if waiting for me to voluntarily begin talking, lit a cigarette and listened to the Higurashi. The silence became deafening, and I was the one who folded first. How's the investigation going?
The investigation? Of what? There have been so many. Which do you mean?
All of them.
Well, all right then. They're officially secret investigations. We're under a media blackout, but I'll let you in on them. Then, shall we start from the first incident?
The freak deaths of Tomitake-san and Takano-san on the night of Watanagashi.
On this one, embarrassingly enough, we haven't made any progress at all. First of all, Tomitake-san. There are indications on his body that he was assaulted by a group of people, but we have no explanation for him clawing out his own throat and dying. We suspect an overdose from a stimulant or something, but we didn't detect anything.
What about Takano-san?
Same, we're in the dark. Autopsies for those who are burned to death are real tough. We believe she was doused in gasoline after she was strangled. That one falls under the neighboring prefecture's police department. They haven't been very cooperative, even though it happened in our territory. Oh, that's not really relevant, though.
So the police didn't know anything other than the fact the victims died inexplicably.
Nonetheless, the times when the incidents occurred have been generally placed right after the festival ended. It's a bit uncertain in Takano-san's case, but the likely prospect is that she was murdered about the same time as Tomitake-san, then dumped in the mountains.
Why would they bring a dead body all the way to the mountains? They should have just brought Tomitake-san out there too.
Oh my. My bro-san, you're quite sharp, you know that? Of course, I do believe this is something we need to be attentive of. There are a bunch of other suspicious things, but this is about all I can tell you at this point.
How about the mayor? Have there been any clues? Having exhausted that topic, I changed the subject. Otherwise, he might turn the conversation onto me.
We investigated his movements on the day he disappeared. Didn't find anything that could provide any clues, but I'll tell you about it anyway.
The mayor, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi. Apparently he was suffering from severe hemorrhoids.
People who have lived a long time have an unusual amount of pride. So the mayor hadn't been telling anyone that he was going to a proctologist at a certain university hospital in Shishibone. On the day he disappeared, he had an appointment for a checkup, so he went out first thing in the morning.
Even I knew that big hospitals, like university hospitals, had a really long waiting time. Apparently people would get in line hours beforehand, even if they had an appointment.
His exam ended at 1 p.m. After that, he ate a light meal in the hospital restaurant and passed the time reading a magazine. We know this because of a receipt we found in his wallet at his house.
There was nothing suspicious at all about that.
That day, he planned to go to a meeting in the assembly hall in the evening. He was supposed to return home with plenty of time to spare, but while he was on the train coming back, there was an accident. Seems it delayed him a bit, and he only got back to his house right before the meeting was scheduled to start. His family witnessed a very hectic mayor leaving to go to an assembly hall at the shrine.
What was the meeting about? He disappeared on his way back home, right?
The 3 families and the essential members of the town assembly were at the meeting. We think they were discussing how to deal with the serial freak death incidents that had happened again this year.
So then, on his way home, the old man who had treated Shion like his own daughter. He was a dependable person who would encourage Shion whenever she felt pressured by anxiety, and yet Shion's painful voice struck me right in the heart. Huh?
What's the matter?
I was taken aback by how strange my own voice sounded. What was it that just surprised me? I squeezed my head with my hands to try to drag back out what I had only realized for a split second. Remember, Keiichi Maibara, you just realized something. Something important. The night of Watanagashi. That was when everything started. That night, Takano-san and Tomitake-san died. The next morning, word of the incident had spread throughout Hinamizawa. They planned to talk about it during the evening meeting. The mayor, however, had an appointment at the hospital, and as planned, he went there without telling his family. He got a checkup at the hospital. Ate something. And then there was an unexpected delay on his train ride back. When he returned, the meeting was already about to start. The mayor changed clothes, got on his bicycle, and hurried to the assembly hall at the shrine as fast as he could. From when he heard about the incident on the night of Watsunagashi, until when he showed up at the assembly hall, everything he was doing that day was done in secret. During that time, nobody found out that he went to the hospital alone. He ate alone. And he got on the train alone. That all meant he had absolutely no contact with anyone else. You couldn't have even called him on the phone. Okay, but what does that mean, Keiichi Maibara? Why does that matter, Keiichi Maibara?
Kei-chan, what should I do?
What's wrong? Tell me. We're not keeping secrets from each other, right?
Old man Kimiyoshi, I told him everything.
I told him everything. I told old man Kimiyoshi everything.
That night, I told the mayor that we snuck into the ritual storehouse. Also that someone saw us and was out to get us.
Right. What then?
Old man Kimiyoshi didn't get angry. He smiled and told me that if I was properly sorry about it, there was no way I'd be demoned away. He was really smiling. And he told me to leave it to him.
Sweat burst out of my body like bullets. They became one long strand and slid down from my forehead to my nose and fell. So then, what does it mean? Hey, Keiichi Maibara, no more playing dumb. When did she tell him? Shion said she learned of the incident from a phone call her father had made that morning. The mayor had left the house first thing in the morning for his appointment at the hospital. He didn't tell anybody where he was going. Nobody knew about him going to the university hospital. Furthermore, his train ride back to his house was delayed by an accident. As soon as he got home, he rushed out to the assembly hall. Then the meeting at the assembly hall began, and continued until it was dark out. Then everyone left. Nobody saw him until after the meeting was over. He just disappeared. Nobody saw him after the meeting was over. He just disappeared. Which meant...
Maibara-san, you alright? If you're too hot, I can turn on the air conditioner,
Another part of me was messing with my thoughts, demanding that I didn't think any further than that. My head was pounding violently, and the fluids packed inside it all blended together until nothing made sense. It was just about to settle, yet had been smashed and melted in the blink of an eye, no longer able to retain its shape.
Maibara-san? Are you in there?
Yeah.
Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, had to get something. Okay.
Oishi-san lit yet another cigarette. There was yet another cigarette butt placed in the ashtray. Was it displaying the passage of time? Had my thoughts been frozen over for that long?
I've tried to tell you everything I know. In return, feel free to tell me anything you want, Maibara-san.
My mind had become a gigantic, oozing mess. My brain felt like it had been totally minced by the blades of a blender, and I couldn't think.
Now, don't clam up again. If there are any misunderstandings, I'd like to clear them up first. I don't think you're the culprit here or anything.
Oishi-san gave his best attempt at an adult smile.
I know the 4 of you snuck into the ritual storehouse that night. Everyone in the village heard rumors about it by the next day. That in itself means we should take you in for trespassing, but that isn't the problem. It's what was inside. What was inside that made people who snuck it in there end up as sacrifices?
There wasn't anything. As soon as I said it, I regretted confirming my presence there, but I knew it didn't matter anymore.
Is there really nothing in there? I mean, everyone who went in is being sacrificed one by one, you know? Even the mayor and Rika-san who switched the lock on the door were sacrificed. What was inside that could have caused such terrible things to happen?
I was far too tired of keeping quiet about this. Perhaps that was Oishi-san's goal all along, but again, that didn't matter anymore. There was just a lot of torture devices that were used a long time ago. I looked around at them with everyone.
Was that really all?
That was really all.
There was nothing terrible in there that would make you keep silent? Like a pile of psychoactive drugs? Maybe a secret poppy workshop? Perhaps there was mountains of Soviet or Chinese handguns. There weren't any suspicious wooden boxes or containers packed in there?
There was nothing as exaggerated as what Oishi-san was hoping for, but I felt like in a way there were plenty of terrible things hidden in there. From the perspective of someone who viewed the storehouse as sacred, whether or not I thought I had seen some crazy things didn't matter in the slightest. The four of us broke the taboo. Punish us. That should have been what happened.
We put in a request for a search warrant, thinking that there might have been some secrets hidden in that storehouse. It's been the sabotage of the century. They said it would be an insult to religious figures and something about the right to free religion in the Constitution. Jeez. That's why I really didn't have any other recourse but to ask you since you went in there.
There really was just old, rusty, dusty torture equipment. Nothing else stood out.
And Tomitake-san and Takano-san were only killed as a punishment for having broken the taboo?
I didn't have an answer for the only part.
I suppose I won't bother hiding it anymore. You're the only one to escape harm so far. Everyone but you's disappeared, and yet you alone are safe. What's the difference between you and them that would protect you, but bring harm to the others? That's what I want to know.
There was something wrong with what Oishi-san was saying. You alone. You alone. What? Wait a second. What do you mean by you alone?
I'm saying that you alone have been left alive, right? Out of the 4 people who tiptoed into the storehouse for ritual implements, I mean.
The only one left alive. Hold on. Shion was still...
Jiro Tomitake-san and Mio Takano-san died that night. And Shion Sonozaki disappeared the next day. Only you are still safe and sound at this point. Why only you? I'm saying that's what I want to know.
Shion disappeared! That's impossible!
I unintentionally raised my voice, but I didn't really care about that. Tomitake-san died, Takano-san died, and Shion disappeared!
When did she disappear? What is this guy talking about?
Oh, well now, I thought you were long since aware of this.
This is the first I've heard of it! Shion disappeared? When?
Well, going back a bit, she disappeared the day after Watanagashi.
Going back a bit? Stop saying stuff I don't understand!
Shion Sonozaki spends the night at relatives' houses, depending on her mood on any given day, so no one thought much about not knowing where she was. She frequently takes days off from school, too. Her teacher had been pretty troubled by it.
I didn't ask about any of that. I'm asking you when Shion disappeared.
I told you it was the day after Watanagashi.
The fluids in my body all reversed direction. I lost my sense of balance, and everything I could see started to warp and twist out of shape. I simply couldn't endure it. Hang on. Shion had already disappeared? Then... That night, that call, that phone call, who was that? She called me every night. She encouraged me. We vowed that we would do our best to live on and not be erased. Yes, that should have been a phone call with Shion. Should have been a phone call with Shion.
She took breaks from class like it was nothing, and her family wouldn't listen when the school told them, so they mostly don't bother calling anymore. So it ended up taking quite a while before we realized she'd disappeared.
I felt a stabbing pain like needles were being pushed into every pore of my body. It started on my back and began spreading throughout the rest of me. When it had completely covered the surface of my skin, it began to worm its way inside my stomach as well.
Don't you remember? We talked at the library the day after Watanagashi. Shion-san was there then. That was the last we saw of her. No one knows where she's been since.
That can't be. That day, Oishi-san had only caught me, and Shion bounded away, lying that she needed to go to work. Didn't she call me that night?
Her job was at a restaurant called Angel Mort, right? She hasn't been there since that day. She's been completely absent ever since. The person at the restaurant couldn't get in touch with her. He was really worried.
That can't be. It can't be.
It's only circumstantial evidence, but after she left us at the library, but before she made it to work, I think it's appropriate to consider her having disappeared during that time.
Right after Shion ran away without me?
Seems you didn't know. Maybe if you had said something earlier, this would have gone more quickly. Now you understand, right? You're the only one left. You're the only survivor of the 4 who slipped into the ritual storehouse.
It couldn't be. It just couldn't be.
If something else happens, it would happen to you. I need you to understand that, my Bara-san.
It can't be. It can't be. It can't be. Shion had already disappeared. That couldn't be. It couldn't be. I talked to her the day before yesterday. I talked to her last night. She was going to call me again today. That was Shion on the phone. Shion on the phone. It was from Shion. From Shion.
Shion has long since disappeared. Next will be you.
Then who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights? It can't be! Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We're getting, pretty close to the point I'm going to stop at for the night, by the way. Sorry about that. I know it's a little short, and the next one's going to be a little short too, after a 2-week break, no less, but that's just how it divvied up, sorry. I lay down on the couch and stay there, dazed for a while. My mind was completely blank. I couldn't think about anything for more than a few seconds. There was a note in my house saying that Mom and Dad would be home late and that I should have some ramen or something for dinner. I could make it whenever I got hungry, but I had no appetite. So I just stared blankly at the ceiling without eating anything. Yo! Bailey with the gifted 20 channel memberships. Let's fucking go, thank you. But that being said, I'm going to have to wait for them all to play out because I don't really want them to interrupt the scene. Sorry. But thank you, I really appreciate it. Yep, we're just gonna have to wait. No, don't worry about it, Bailey. Like I said, I really appreciate it. It just means that we get to put off the cliffhanger for a few minutes, right? Well, a few more minutes anyway. Obviously, this scene is going to take a bit anyway, but you know what I mean. The stream will technically be longer. Right? No harm, no foul. We're getting close. I think. Okay. I think that is the last one, so we can start. Oh, no, wait. That was the last one. Right? Yes. Okay. So we can start back up. No, it didn't. It didn't take that long. It didn't take that long. I could make it whenever I got hungry, but I had no appetite, so I just stared blankly at the ceiling without eating anything. The hands of the clock were already pointing at 10. Would I get another phone call like that today? Even though Shion had already disappeared, would she still call me? Where were they calling from? And who were they? The more I thought about it, the more I started to tremble. I even thought about just disconnecting the phone line. If I had been thinking a little less logically, I really would have done it too. Hold on, Keiichi, my bar. Oishi-san admitted it himself, didn't he? That Shion went missing a lot? Couldn't she have just gone to relatives that Oishi-san didn't know about and have been there ever since? Shion and I were both being targeted by somebody, so it wouldn't be strange to think she was somewhere she usually wasn't in order to hide. That must have been why Oishi-san couldn't locate her, and why he labeled her a disappearance. Yeah, that had to be it. Shion hadn't disappeared at all. Then my right hand moved of its own volition and slapped me on the cheek. Its cold sting let me calm down a little. Don't just convince yourself of the most convenient possibility, Keiichi Maibara. I knew I didn't want to admit she had disappeared. Admitting it would mean that something terrifying was definitely happening. I just needed to figure out whether Shion was the one on the phone or not. Would I ask her if she was actually Shion? That seemed like an incredibly absurd thing to do. Still, don't run from this, Keiichi. If the person on the other end believed that I still thought she was Shion, then that gave me a tiny advantage. Casually, completely casually, I would listen to what she had to say and fend her off. I would tear the skin off the monster. It would definitely be really scary for me. However, as the last survivor of the people who went into the storehouse that night, this was my duty to perform. Still, then who? Who would call me and pretend to be Shion? I may have only heard her over the phone, but her voice shouldn't be that easy to replicate. That was definitely Shion's voice. It sounded just like her. It could only have been Shion. There was someone, though, wasn't there? Someone who sounded just like Shion. Mion. Mion. Who else could have done this? At this point, seriously, after all this time, all those little things that didn't quite make sense about Mion until now overwhelmed my mind. Like being questioned about sneaking into the ritual storehouse, and how she shook the ladder while spouting curses. Who else? Who else could have? Why, though? Why would Mion? I thought back to the things about the Sonozaki family that I'd heard from Oishi-san and Shion. Mion was always entangled in the incidents, in a position where she was omnipotent. Some of that information included things that Shion had told me after she disappeared. I madly scratched at my head. Courage. Give me the courage. Just a little bit of courage to pick up the phone. I know it will ring tonight. It would be so easy to run away. That, though, would be the same as making it easy for them to erase me. I cannot run. I must stand up and face it. After all, the next sacrifice would definitely be me. I was sure Shion would use tricky words to try and trap me. Be careful. Be careful. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't want to do this. 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 At that point, it rang. The phone rang, and I didn't know where the call was coming from. Shion had disappeared. Disappeared a long time ago. Disappeared the night after Watanagashi. Yet, until today, she had been calling me like nothing happened. Now again, tonight, the people that had disappeared, their corpses simply hadn't been found. I really didn't think they were alive. So if it really was Shion on the other end, then did that mean she was calling me from another world? Of course that couldn't be. A living being was calling me, pretending to be Shion. Shion was long gone, and yet, as though she was alive and well, the phone continued its incessant ringing. I didn't want to pick up if I didn't have to. I had just concluded, though, that not doing so wouldn't solve anything. Then, what would I do after I answered it? Would I immediately declare she wasn't Shion and ask who she was? Alternatively, would I pretend I was still fooled and try to grab her by the tail? That would probably be the safest thing to do. What I was most afraid of was what the person on the phone would do when she realized I knew she wasn't Shion. However, as long as I continued to let her think I was fooled, she wouldn't do anything extreme, right? If I just make sure to be careful, that should be the safest option. I've made up my mind. I'll answer the phone. Once I do that, I'll talk to her as if nothing happened. That wasn't all I'd do this time, though. I'd scope her out. Who was she? What was she thinking? And what was she after? Why was she doing this? Was she really the one who killed Tomitake-san and Takano-san? What happened to the mayor? What happened to Rika-chan and Satoko? I reached out for the receiver, my arm trembling. There were too many things I wanted to know. Too many things I wanted to ask. I was scared. I should start by picking with the phone. Pick it up, Keiichi. Pick it up, Keiichi! Hello? Oh, how relieved I would have been if it hadn't been a call from Shion.
Kei-chan? It's me.
Shion.
My momentary convenient, and above all fleeting prediction was ripped into 1,000 pieces. I couldn't help but shake at this point. Get ready for this.
You took a long time to pick up. I thought you weren't home and I was about to hang up.
Sorry.
Indigo with the 5 pounds. This scene made me understand what people mean by psychological thriller. Oh, yeah.
I was just in the bath.
Did your family not pick up for you? Could your parents be out right now, Kei-chan?
I failed. I let her in on a fatal piece of information that I was currently the only one at my house. Oh, well, no, they're not really... Anyway, have you heard about Rika-chan and Satoko?
No. What happened after that? Were they found?
No, they weren't found.
Kei-chan, please don't lose hope.
If Oishi-san hadn't let me know, then I might have allowed myself to shed a tear or two at Shion's considerate words. Instead, now that it had come to this, I couldn't take her words at face value. This person on the other end of the receiver, the more perfect a Shion they were, the more my blood curdled in fear. Rika-chan and Satoko, they were kidnapped, weren't they?
Yes. I don't think there's much doubt.
Just how cruel and grave a meaning did those words hold? Their weight astonished me, and then a moment later, I was overcome with numbness and felt like I would pass out. I had asked if Rika-chan and Satoko had been kidnapped. Shion, in turn, had answered that there wasn't much doubt. That cruel meaning behind her words. Rika-chan and Satoko were... No, I mean... I'm sorry. About the mayor, what do you think happened after he was kidnapped? Do you think he's still alive? What happened to Rika-chan and Satoko after they were kidnapped? That's what I wanted to ask, but I frantically caught myself. What if she had been given that question? What if she had given that question? A terrifying response, in such a way to sound like it had nothing to do with her. I was scared of that, so I immediately brought up the mayor. That said, however much I talked about the mayor...
I think he was killed.
Hey, wait. That was quick.
I think it must have been really hard to kidnap someone and keep them like they are. As long as they're not hostages, it would be most practical to kill them once you were done with them.
The world started to bend so much I almost lost balance. The scenery in my eyes whirled around and around like the hands of a clock and tried to swallow me whole from below. I frantically put a hand on the wall to support myself. A moment later, a severe nausea welled up inside of me. How was she saying such things so lightly? Kill them so readily. I mean, what's a human life for two anyway?
It's a horrible thing, but I think that's probably what happened.
If the mayor was killed, then did that mean the same had happened to Rika-chan and Satoko? No, that couldn't... They weren't some random old man. It was Rika-chan! It was Satoko! They couldn't kill them so readily!
It's probably better to think that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan ended up the same way.
Those were the words I wanted to hear the least, and I fought them back with a scream of my own. Even though it wouldn't change anything, I still couldn't help but scream. This time, the tears flowed. I'd been confronted with the most horrific outcome that I'd been trying to avoid considering ever since last night, and I cried. There was no longer any doubt that it was my fault. I killed them. I killed Rika-chan and Satoko. I succumbed to the weakness of my own heart and confessed everything to Rika-chan.
Habaki Gaming with the $2. Man, I love fascism, Higurashi. Because, yes, the song is called Fascism. The one that's playing right now.
That's why they were killed. That meant I killed them. When Rika-chan looked at me with those innocent eyes, if only I hadn't given in. I... Then my voice gave out, and yet still I cried and cried.
Kei-chan, please just try to calm down.
Rika-chan and Satoko, they've been killed. We couldn't even find their remains. I would never be allowed to even apologize to their faces. If that was to be my punishment, then
how brutal a punishment it was. I think Shion tried to comfort me, but I didn't hear any of it.
What are you going to do by gaining that? What are you going to gain by doing that? They're definitely going to target you and me next. Please, I'm asking you, get a hold of yourself. Please. Please.
Shion was shouting, imploring me with a voice that sounded like tears were in her eyes. However, I was coming to hate the sound of that voice more and more. This Shion killed them. I had no doubts that this person killed them. Why? 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 Why kidnap someone and then kill them? Screw curses! Are people's lives really that cheap? Erasing them and killing them without a second thought like this?
You're right. You're absolutely right. It would take a demon.
I felt like crushing the receiver in my hand. How long did this person plan on acting like it was someone else's problem? There was magma in the pit of my stomach, and it felt like it was going to erupt at any moment. Hey, Shion, please tell me, why did Hinamizawa start needing someone to die on the night of Watanagashi?
That's what I'd like to know.
The fighting over the dam project is already over and done with. Haven't enough people been cursed already? Why is it? Why? If there's a reason, then say it now! I was incoherent at this point. My emotions had broken through the dam inside of me, rushing forth, and I couldn't stop them. These were not simple questions. This was an interrogation. Shion herself hadn't realized it yet. It was just too funny. It was so funny that I couldn't stop crying.
I understand how you feel, Kei-chan. I really do. The dam wars ended a long time ago. Yet murders and disappearances keep happening every year under the guise of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Why? Why is it happening? Some of them had nothing to do with this. And some of them didn't deserve to be cursed, so why? Why?
That's what I'm asking you!
I want to know that as much as anyone!
Both of our ragged breaths could be heard over the phone.
Listen, Oyashiro-sama's curse never existed. It's too unrealistic. Just like you said, someone in the village is using the grand name of Oyashiro-sama's curse as a justification for continuing these murders and disappearances every Watanagashi. They were cunning. They've been using the curse as a convenient tool and made a system where they would get rid of 2 enemies in the village every year. And this year, that system killed Takano-san and Tomitake-san.
Then why wasn't that enough? Why did the mayor and Rika-chan and Satoko have to get killed too? I don't give a shit about the past. The only thing I care about is why Rika-chan and Satoko needed to be killed. Why is that? I didn't say a word to Satoko, you know? Why even her? Why? A silence fell between us. Shion didn't answer for a while.
Kei-chan, please, stop being mean.
A sob. Was Shion crying?
I don't have any idea what's going on either. Everything changed when we went into the ritual storehouse that night.
It was the same for me. As I listened to Shion's bitter weeping, I could feel my agitation subsiding.
When I heard that Takano-san and Tomitake-san had been killed that night, I doubted my ears. But I realized it instantly. I realized what sort of a position I was in now. The 4 of us snuck in there. Kei-chan, you and I won't be so conveniently forgiven. When I thought about that, it made my chest so tight. It was terrifying. You know that feeling, Kei-chan, don't you?
There was nothing fake about her words. She'd even understood how I felt.
That's why I confessed everything to old man Kimiyoshi. All of us entered the forbidden storehouse. It was just a little bit of fun. We knew we shouldn't have done it, but it really had just been for fun. It was only a bit of an exploration, that was all. Takano-san and Tomitake-san, who went in with us, were killed shortly afterward. They met such miserable ends. Since that day, I've been living in fear of when I would be attacked. There was nobody except old man Kimiyoshi who would help me. So I asked him to save me. Old man Kimiyoshi. He wasn't mad. He smiled and said, If you're really sorry, Shion-chan, then you'd never be demoned away. He really did smile at me and told me to leave it to him.
Shion cried bitterly, recalling the beloved mayor's death. It was such a sad voice that none who heard it could prevent it from twisting their hearts. Again, Did I let my emotions take over and go off at her? Shion was in the same situation as me. She should have been my one and only comrade. Thump. My heart pounded. My other self, deep within my mind, whispered to me, "Don't forget, Keiichi Maibara. Don't forget about the mayor. On the morning after Watanagashi, he was told of Takano-san and Tomitake-san's deaths over the phone and committed to a meeting that evening. He went to a hospital appointment. He didn't tell his family. He'd only made it back just in time for the meeting. He went straight to the assembly hall. That's what Oishi-san said." When did you let the mayor know? I'm sorry, Shion. It must seem like I'm kicking you while you're down, but... Shion, you told him, right? You told old man Kimiyoshi, the mayor?
Yes.
When did you let him know? I'd begun to get scared of saying it aloud after hearing her sad voice. I wasn't saying it was contradictory, though. Besides, if there was a contradiction, then I wanted Shion to explain it to me. Did you know that the mayor had a severe case of hemorrhoids and had gone to the hospital for treatment?
Kei-chan? What does that have to...
Please answer me. If you didn't know, then just say so. There was a momentary silence. Then, after stammering a few times, she replied,
I knew that. He had hemorrhoids. It looked like sitting down was really hard for him.
He was going to the hospital. You know which hospital, right?
I'm sorry. I don't know that much, but... Kei-chan, what does that have to do with...
Shion didn't know what hospital the mayor went to. That meant it was impossible for her to have gone all the way to the hospital to confess everything. Since she didn't know his destination, then she obviously couldn't have seen him on the train either. If there was any other chance for her to contact him, it would have been after he came to Hinamizawa. The train, however, had been delayed, and he only got back right before the meeting was about to start. He didn't have time. There wouldn't have been enough time for him to listen to Shion spill the beans. I want to ask you straight. Shion, when did you tell the mayor about everything? When and where? Your answer doesn't have to be precise, but please, give me one.
Kei-chan, why are you asking that?
Her sob pierced into my ears. I was taken by the illusion that I was bullying her. Even so, I'll say it. If I'm wrong, then please correct me. Please, prove to me that you're the real Shion. It was impossible. The day the mayor disappeared, from dawn until he vanished, there was no opportunity for you to contact him.
That's...
The mayor left first thing in the morning for his examination at the university hospital, all by himself without telling anyone. Shion, you just said you don't know what hospital he went to. So you couldn't have contacted the mayor until he got back. Isn't that right? His train back was delayed by an accident, and he didn't return to his house until the meeting was about to start. So there was no time for you to have told him about the meeting until... told him before the meeting started, either. I heard Shion, repeating her weak sobs. That sort of feminine voice automatically ripped into my heart. It was so painful for me to say it. Shion, did you go to the meeting too? Did you attend it and tell him there? If you didn't, then there wouldn't have been any time left. The mayor disappeared on his way home. Shion went to the meeting, didn't she? Did she or didn't she? The question was so simple to answer, but she didn't give me an immediate response.
Actually, with the meeting,
You didn't even go to the part-time job you said you went to that day. I'll say it more directly. You haven't been seen since we were at the library together.
Kei-chan.
Shion Sonozaki disappeared the day after Watanagashi. The other end fell silent as the grave. It was so quiet that it was like the phone cord had been cut. I couldn't sense anyone there. Oishi-san says you've been missing. Despite that, you've been calling me every night like this, haven't you? Shion's sobs were torturing me. Still, I'm pretty sure I haven't said anything wrong. Please, Shion, if something I said was wrong, please say so. Shion, I'm begging you. Shion, there's no way you could have seen the mayor, but if you did see him, if Shion ever did have the chance to meet with the mayor on that day, then that meant... Then you saw him after the meeting. In other words, it could only have been right before he disappeared. Or else... afterward! Beep, beep, went the dial tone. I stood there, dazed for a while, until I realized that she had hung up on me. I've been looking forward to performing that part. I got a little bit lightheaded, I won't lie. Oh my god. But that's how you know it was good. Just give me a second. Oh my god, hold on. No, my fucking thing dropped behind the fridge. Hold on. No, stop dropping. Why are things falling? No. It's stuck in such an inconvenient position. Okay. Let's pick that up. Oh, jeez. Okay, slide that back into place. Pick this up. Where did the... Oh my god, no. Where did it go? Fuck. I don't know. I'll have to look for it in a minute. Whatever. Sorry. Just, had to get a drink. Anyway. Last tips before we end off.
The problem with twins. This is not limited to just Hinamizawa, but in Onigafuchi village especially, the three families detested giving birth to twins as successors. The long-term dictatorship built on the precarious balance of the three families must have feared collapsing under the weight of internal strife from things like family quarrels. According to the literature, if twins were born, then they had to be culled. With that, the very fact that both the Sonozaki family's successor, Mion Sonozaki, and her twin, Shion, are alive is in itself deeply interesting. Perhaps the current leader, Oryo, is sympathetic. Of course, the twins were not cared for equally, and as the heir, Mion received special treatment. From what I've heard, despite the two of them looking exactly the same on the outside, the talent lies solely with Mion. My own observations of the two of them, don't leave me with that impression. Tradition dictates the leader of the Sonozaki family is said to inherit a demon, and they tattoo a magnificent one onto his or her back. In accordance with the tradition, there's an extremely high possibility that Mion has such a tattoo on her back. From what I've heard, there is apparently a magnificent demon tattooed onto Orio's back as well. Then, I wonder what sort of tattoo belongs to the heir, Mion. I really want to see her back.
And at the Suzu Mahjong Parlor. Reserved for the day, Suzu Mahjong Parlor. Clatter clack.
Hey, Kura-chan, you're the last one here. All the youngsters are here already.
Excuse me, miss.
Oishi handed over a convenience store bag with a carton of cigarettes in it to the old lady who owned the Mahjong Parlor, and she shrewdly made herself scarce. She was used to this by now.
Oishi-san, good work today.
What, were you all earnestly waiting for me? You could have just done 3-player.
Everyone sitting at the mahjong tables in the small parlor were Oishi's subordinates, but there were no tiles laid out anywhere.
Everyone, I'd like to thank you for your days of investigation without sleep.
Thank you.
Energetic responses filled the parlor. Already it had lost the atmosphere of a place of entertainment.
Situation's not looking good. Chief appears to have backed down due to the Congressman Sonozaki's threats. In the coming days, we'll hand off Takano's murder to the neighboring prefecture and give the missing persons case of the disappearance of the mayor and the others to the community division.
That damn upstart chief. The veterans in the room cursed him.
All of our requests were turned down as well. I've even been told by our section chief not to go anywhere near the Sonozaki house. We're certainly in a bind, that we are. Incidentally, it looks like we'll be getting orders soon to go training at the Metropolitan Police Department starting next week. After that, I've been told to take a paid vacation in Izu. Well, suppose that ain't bad.
He heard a few dry laughs. It wasn't anything to laugh about, but this was all they could do.
This always happens, but incidents are a lot like locking your keys inside the car. The keys you need to unlock the door are always locked inside. For cars, you call the repairman and they'll pry open your door. For incidents, Kuma-chan, show the map.
Kumagai flipped over the whiteboard. On the back was a map of the Sonozaki premises made with magnets.
Now I've been doing this job for a long time. Got a lot of faith in my gut, but this could be the one time it was wrong, no? Anyone worried about their retirement money has until the count of 10 to get out of here.
Oishi began counting to 10, and everyone counted along with him. It was their famous 10-count resolution.
9, 10. Ah, no one's leaving. None of you love your families too much, is that it?
Everyone laughed uproariously, cheering things up.
I want everyone to go over their materials, memorize the locations and blind spots of all the security cameras. Kuma-chan, you'll stand in the command car. If something happens, you'll switch with me and take over. Komiyama-kun will head up infiltration team A, and Atsushi-kun will lead team B. Observation teams will be set up at points 1 through 8. Bonchi-kun, you'll be responsible for keeping a strict timetable. Control your rotation so HQ doesn't get wise. Now the team on standby has the most important job of all, right? If the section chief asks where I am, play dumb. I'll handle escorting our guest. You can be sure I'll bring him to the venue, so wait patiently, everyone. Wonder if he'll cave. Keiichi Maibara, that is. From what I've seen, we're set for tomorrow or the day after in that regard. It'll be easy.
Well. Looks like they're making some plans to get into that house. But unfortunately for us, we're not going to be able to see that until not next week, not the week after that, but the week after that. I am so sorry once again, but that's just how my holiday schedule has shook out. Is what it is. Not much I can do about it. Very sad about that. But there is a DRA stream tomorrow. It'll be the final DRA stream, probably. So look forward to that. And for now, we've got theories and fan art. So why don't you guys get talking theories while I pull up fan art. Ugh. Let's get it. 1 second. Okay, we don't have that many, as many, this week, so it shouldn't go too, like, it shouldn't take too long to get through once we actually get to art. Oh, whoops. Ooh. Please, computer, thank you. And then Discord. Art. Hello. 1 second. Hold on, I have to open the thing to see. Yeah. Crown Nova with the Canadian $15. While the wait will be long, it gives me some time to finish your stream series of Umineko. On episode 7, I am going mad. Thank you so much for both series. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Okay. Okay, I think that should be all of the art, so let me go ahead and look at some of what you guys have been saying. Pull up the chat again. Okay. Scroll up. So, Arabaki Gaming Theory, Oishi is being piloted by El Loliet. That's why his gut has never been wrong. By piloted, I mean inside his stomach. Yeah, you know, El Death Note in the Oishi Gundam. Very normal thing that we all know about, obviously. Seditious, quick question. I have a very in-depth Rika Furudad theory to share to make up for falling asleep before theory time last week. Is 34 messages too long? Oh, God. I mean, you know, at that rate, you might as well, like, join the, you know, the podcasters of the world and, like, break it down. Please make a video essay about your theories so that I can watch it. Let's see. Oh man, everybody's got multi-parters this week. Alright, let's scroll up to the top of Gona's. So this is kind of continuation of my previous Shion was pretending to be Mion at school theory from last stream. I believe Mion is the one who has been missing since the festival, and that Shion has been pretending to be her this whole time. Phone Shion mentioned details from her and Keiichi's meeting at the library and their break-in at the temple, so it can't be Mion pretending. Shion knew Rika went missing since she was on the phone with him. It took Keiichi 30 minutes to go looking, giving her enough time to go to Hinamizawa. Mion never gave me the impression she cared for Satoshi that much. In the first chapter, she was super casual when Rena mentioned his transfer. It was established that one of the main differences between Mion and Shion is that Mion hates Oishi while Shion is neutral towards him. But at Rika's house, not only Mion was nice to him, but she even let Keiichi get in a car alone with Oishi. Mion, who distrusts him, would never allow that, especially after two of her friends already went missing. Shion has been pretending to be Mion, that's why she's missing. I also think she killed the mayor and kidnapped Rika, Satoko, and Mion. Ooh, okay. That you make some pretty solid arguments, like in terms of like behavioral differences and stuff like that. Very observant, very good theory. Cloning Wars. I've been thinking since about this since the last stream, as I wasn't super happy with how vague my theories were, but I think it's particularly due to how less straightforward the mysteries are compared to Umineko. However. Oh god, I got scrolled down. I think this is a case of it being a feature, not a bug. It feels a lot more realistic, for one, but more importantly, I think that there's going to be a lot of red herrings in the question arcs that specifically play on our own preconceptions. We see this one a lot with the characters in the story. Yeah, I mean, definitely. June Pop with the $5. Gotta actually watch the stream, lol. I want to say how proud I am of this community. Theory art times are my favorite parts of the When They Cry streams. Absolutely, I always look forward to it. And thank you, June. Good luck with the torment. Let's see. Grifters. Okay, I missed the beginning of stream, so I'm going to lay off a bit. Also, feel free to correct me on details I mess up in this. All I got right now is what could be going on with Shion, which I have just... 3 ideas. First of all, Mion is impersonating her. With how the chapter's going, this is plausible, but I don't want to jump to it. Wait, I'm hearing Gona's theory. It could also be Shion being Mion, lol. Second theory, hallucination. Both Shion and Tomitake were hearing shit, which makes me suspicious of the phone calls. Interesting. I think my only counter to that would be, we have definitely seen scenes that kind of like give us reason to question the person's perception, but have we seen any scenes that have caused us to question the person's perception that take place over the phone rather than in person? That's what I would offer as a counter to that. Obviously, I'm not saying that you're wrong necessarily. I'm just I like to when I hear you guys' theories, I like to I think it's a little bit productive, a little bit more fun if I push back a little bit sometimes, just to get you to think a little bit more too. So, last theory, Shion is hiding out somewhere, which would be very funny if that was the case. She's just like, she's like ducking under a counter at a Wendy's. She's like, man, wait until all this shit blows over. Things that are the same are going to be the most important, like how Keiichi, Shion, and Tomitake seem to have heard footsteps before getting paranoid. And I am gonna be real seditious. I did not actually think that you had this, like, I didn't think that you had this many messages prepared. I actually thought you were kidding. I'll read them, but I genuinely thought that you were, like, pulling my leg. Well, I'll give it a minute before I start reading it then. Oh, shit. God damn it. Keep knocking my Switch over. Oh, I see. It got caught on my chair. The charging cord did. That's annoying. Ugh, that hurt. Ow. Okay. Actually, while Seditious is putting in the rest of the messages there, I'm actually going to look for that little acrylic stand holder thing that I dropped a minute ago that I couldn't find. Indigo with the 2 pounds. It is Seditious O'Clock. That's true. 1 second. Oh, there it is. How did we get all the... Hello? Why is everything dropping? But there it is. I have no idea how I got all the way over here, though. That's weird. Oh, no, it cracked. Well, it'll still probably... it's not, cracked in a way that would prevent me from using it, though, I don't think. So, it should be fine. Still, though, sucks. Yeah, how did this cord fucking get all tangled up in here? Hello? How'd you get all the way over there? Anyway. Okay, yeah, it fits. It's fine. Guys, it's okay. I'm gonna put this back in here too. I heard the notif go off, by the way. Don't worry, I'll get it. I won't miss it, I promise. Okay. Put that back there. Okay. Okay. Let's see. What were... Jadiriel with Canadian $2. Can't make tomorrow's stream, so happy holidays. Happy holidays to you, too. And Atropus with the $2. Y'all are very silly. We all know Genji was phone. That's true. Who is Genji, though? Could you please explain to me? We don't know a guy named Genji. He hasn't shown up in this. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, we're almost to the end. Seditious is almost done. Let's see. My other things, Satoko has been very directly uninvolved with the recent occurrences. Obviously, people around her are dying, but she hasn't had incidents like the other three. Mion bringing her up is intriguing. Uh-huh. I really wonder what's going on there. Okay. Okay. So, let's start reading this. Ahem. To start, I'll begin with the obvious. Atropos with the $2. I do not know who Genji is, but he is phone. I see, I understand. Okay. To start, I'll begin with the obvious. Neither have been seen in the same place at the same time. This is largely due to the secrecy behind the name Dad and the face Keiichi shields himself from. However, the height discrepancy would draw a lot of attention from onlookers in public spaces. Like the funeral Rika meets Shion at, our answer here is Satoko and the trench coat. By disguising herself on Satoko's shoulders, alongside a fake mustache for good measure, Rika could easily pretend to be Keiichi's father, even more so at a funeral where most would grieve rather than pick apart appearances. That's true. As we do not necessarily know that Shion and Rika have met up at a different funeral, we can conclude that they met up at the same funeral Keiichi attended. But to dive further, all we know about this funeral is that it was a relative. Is that really all it was? Or was it in fact the funeral of the original Maibara family Oh, shit! Oh my god! Okay, I'm locked in. Taking into account Rika's incredible skills in manipulating others, shown in the club games in public where she manipulates civilians to her whims in order to get ahead through, her pure, innocent, and adorable nature alongside her managing to be the only one to convince Keiichi to come clean about entering the storehouse is extremely likely. This is how she convinced his mother to join in on the masquerade. Convince his mother, okay, to join in on the masquerade shortly before the real dad's death, filling in the role as he had been somewhat absent in his role as an artist off in his studio. To step further into the charisma she has, Oishi directly confirmed that she has a strange aura that would trick the elders, and we've seen it in effect during the toy shop tournament on kids. Plus, despite it being said that his mom cooks, we have yet to see a CG of that cooking, so it is always possible the confirmed culinarian Rika is the true master chef of the family. Rika wrapped their food up for later, just the same as Keiichi's mom would, right before they had disappeared. Perhaps because she was the one wrapping that, too. True. This also gives a better reason for Keiichi not to accept that his new dad is Rika, nor think much of that death, as his old dad was not in his life enough to even notice the difference. Looking even further, beyond the father, this can also explain certain quirks in previous actions. Rika knew that Keiichi went to specific locations by simply asking the police where his kid was.
Yes. Currently, the best other answer is all the villagers being in cahoots. But if the one inquiring is his dad, then she would seem like a normal father. She could then feed the info she got to Mion, Rena, or whoever else is actually in on the crimes. Keiichi's dad's job being an artist, shut away in the studio most of the time, makes it even more effective as a cover, since she could just say that she was making sure he went to school, was checking in with how he was doing in class, with Chi being the one to tell her about the first Oishi meeting, since 2K Plays, I will get to you in just a second, don't worry. Thank you. I will read that in just a moment. Despite having the Maibara car, she and Satoko wouldn't be able to get away with leaving school to go driving around looking for him the day Oishi took him to Angel Mort. But what about the trip his parents had to go on for his work? A lie. Only the mom spoke. Only the mom had gone. Rika and Satoko needed a break, so they sent his mom on a vacation. How could she afford this? Why, she's the shrine maiden in an extremely insular and tradition-oriented community alongside the inheritance from her parents as well as Satoko's as she chips in. Also, back to Angel Mort, ew. Also true. How did Rika manage to convince such a large group of adults they needed to go so far to a bathroom? Easy, by making it feel closer with a car. But if she was previously cooperating with the culprits, as I implied, why would she and Satoko disappear? Simple. If you paid attention, she didn't. Rika and Satoko were in the room when he tried to call them, pretending to be his father at the time. That would be why their bikes weren't present, as with why they couldn't try to sneak back to their home with so many alerted that they were missing. Oh no, I got scrolled down! Hold on, I have to find my place. Okay, now they've stuck pretending to be demoned away like the others, on her telling others there's more to that story. Playing the role of club member, shrine maiden, father, and friend all at once, Rika has a lot on her plate. Enough to justify trying to delegate some of that responsibility to others she trusts. This would be why she tells people like Mion what she found out about what he was doing, in the hopes that they'll keep him out of trouble. We've all seen how that went, though. Rika's sense of fatherly responsibility can also play into her effort to comfort and protect Keiichi, as well as explain how she knew just how to get through to him, since she is his dad. For a bit more recent info to add on, Rika lives with Satoko and no one else, both in on the lie, with Keiichi not even knowing the address so he could never check while they were being his dad. And finally, as to why Keiichi was almost hit by the car, perhaps the real reason is that Rika and Satoko aren't the only ones. Perhaps many of those who disappear are truly just in disguise. I posit the theory that Satoshi is actually still alive, and not only that, but is part of a duo, much like Rika and Satoko, one that is now only lives the life of the adult they assumed the role of, and that partner's name? Pikachu. He couldn't go back after the Thunderbolt incident, both donning their disguise. The person who almost hit Keiichi, rodents aren't known for their driving. Also, this happened after I wrote the rest of this, but only Keiichi's mother asked about what had happened the previous night, not the dad. Almost like when Rika had to go, so did he. And with all the evidence presented, I declare the truth of Oyashiro-sama's curse and the Watanagashi crimes has all been solved, with Rika Furudad as the accidental mastermind. The end. That was so peak. That was so peak. Seditious, you cooked so unbelievably hard. Thank you. Thank you. 10 out of 10. I think we could just stop the streams here, honestly. I mean, I don't even think there's anything left to solve, really. Wow, so thoroughly dissected. Rika Furudad forever. So true. That was amazing. Thank you so much for that. That gave me a very, very good laugh. I needed that after the terrible week I've had. Thank you so much. Anyway, 2K Plays with the $20. Thank you for the Umineko VODs. I'm happily watching them to help me get through my final push towards my degree. Have a small gift for keeping me sane. Eventually I will catch up to these videos. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And good luck with your degree. I can relate to the eternal grind, so I'm glad I can help in any small way. Seditious with the $13. Furudad Friday forever. That's right. That is right. And Habaki Gaming with the $2. Can't believe the anime cut off all of this detail. I know! They didn't even show the trench coat. They ruined it. How are you supposed to solve the anime without seeing the trench coat? Bailey with the $25. Sending this because apparently both my gifted memberships and super chats just auto-refunded? Oh no! IDK, what happened there? Thank you for your hard work. I'm so sorry about that. I don't know what happened either. Well, thank you for that in return anyway. I appreciate it, but yeah, I have no idea. That's weird.
Menlo Marseilles with the $5. Precisely 34 comment long theory. Lambda Delta confirms it with certainty. Hey, who's that? I don't know who you're talking about. Whoever she is, she sounds gay, though. Anyway. No. Indigo, no! No! Okay. That was a very good, productive theory crafting session. I think that means we are good to move on into fan art. Yay. Marcy, I'm Lambda Delta. Okay. I'll let it slide just this once. Where's the art tab? Give me the art tab. Hello? Scroll down. Okay, there we go. Okay. Starting off with this from Chiyoko, as usual, resident goat, making weekly masterpieces. This week I got to draw an OC based on the Sonozaki twin joke. We got a third twin, Tion. Maybe that was her on the phone. Who knows? But I did really like this design that ERA came up with last time, and you did a very good job of drawing it. It's very cute. Dab is also posting something last second? Okay. I will keep an eye out for that. But yeah, very, very good Tion here. Very good, Chiyoko. We have this from Dingo's Trash over on Tumblr, VN Girlies with Hime cuts, and well, if you know, you know. As the resident Type Moon artist, I felt I should live up to that. Everything is kinda terrible now, but I'd like to keep enjoying NezumiVA's excellent When They Cry streams and draw silly little things for people to look at, even if the art will be a little lower quality than usual. It's Rika and Akiha. I love Akiha. There are some particular things I don't like about Akiha's narrative, but I do like Akiha anyway. That's one way I'll put it. Thank you. This is really, really cute. And honestly, I wouldn't have actually thought of like art of them together, but they do actually fit well together now that I think about it. So very, very cute art. Very good job. Sorry to hear that you're not feeling so well, but I hope that you feel better soon, because I always look forward to seeing your art, and it's really cool and good. Thank you. And yeah, as Harmonia says too, lower quality nonsense. It's not lower quality at all. You did a great job, as always. Next up, we have this from Delphart on Tumblr. That's DELPHART. I wonder what Keiichi-kun was doing out by the lake. I wonder. Been watching/listening to NezumiVA's playthroughs for a while now, and her recent Higurashi reading has been a great way to revisit the VN over a decade after I first read it and fell in love with the narrative all those years ago. So after a friend of mine pointed out that this week would be a Friday the 13th, I felt compelled to draw Rena in the infamous hockey mask as a tribute of sorts. I'm actually more of a fan of Rena's casual outfit over her school uniform, but there's no way in hell I was going to be able to pull off those beautiful frills and bows, so I ended up going with the latter as a compromise. Also, don't worry guys, it's just her Halloween costume. It's just a costume. I did think that was really funny. I didn't actually realize that we had landed on this date until literally like this morning while I was getting ready for stream stuff. I was like, oh, yeah, you know? Good point. By the way, not that she's gonna watch this because my mom doesn't watch my streams. She doesn't like it when I curse. She likes it when I bleep my cursing in my videos. But today is also my mother's birthday, so happy birthday to my mom. Yay. But thank you for this wonderful art. This is very fun. I like this a lot. Next up, we have this from Ubi-Ubi on Tumblr. Higurashi AU, where everything is the same except Shion works at a 50s themed diner where the employees wear roller skates instead. Quick sketch because this idea has been haunting me. I tried to keep it as close to the original uniform design as I could. Colors would be black with a red trim. It's claimed that the first maid cafes opened during the early 2000s. Anyways, all my homies hate Angel Mort. Very true, and this is way cuter anyway. I really like this idea, actually. The roller skates are a nice touch. I know it's not necessarily, like, in vogue in terms of like what was going on in the country at that time, but also neither were maid cafes, I guess. So tit for tat, you know, fair game is fair game. And also this is better. So good job. Also, I really like the green line work. It's very fun. Next up, actually, yeah, let me refresh the Twitter tag real quick to get Dav's art. One moment. Just so I don't miss that. Okay, yes, so next we have this from Dav at Space Caribou on Twitter, presenting my contribution to the Furu Dad canon.
Remember, Rika, the most important part of being Keiichi's dad is the 2 pints of Ben and Jerry's. Don't forget that. Rika? Rika!
the Ruffles sour cream and onion chips. Jeez. Really, really good. And yes, I'll be opening that last minute art on the Discord in just a moment. Don't worry, I will get to it. But yes, very, very good, Dav. Thank you. Speaking of Discord, we also have this little glimpse of further work on Chiyoko's big magnum opus. It's coming along, it's coming along. I'm so excited. I'm hyped up. Also on the Discord from Harmonia, not related to Higurashi, sorry, but here's the Torchic evolution line as humans. I still need to color this and maybe change the arms on Combuskin, sorry, on the right side, and maybe add some more details for Blaziken, middle, but I think it's coming along nicely. Forgot to mention that I need to add some flame details to the cross on Blaziken's face and redo Combuskin's arms. This is very cute. I don't have much to say about it, unfortunately, other than your art style is really good, because I know, fake fan, but I actually don't know that much about Pokemon. I'm sorry. That's one of my dirty secrets. I don't actually know that much about Pokemon, but you did a really good job. From Ripeco, we have some shitposting art. I think the force swimming Keiichi meme popped up on my dash a few too many times. Repenting for his crimes. What can I do for you, Mion? Very funny. But your art style is very good. You did a really good job with this. Like, crazy. They're definitely, he's definitely getting taken home by Rena today. That's for sure. And last but not least, dropped into the Discord from Gloomy Squids. Last minute, sorry, I was working on something else, but something unfortunate came up. Why does Keiichi's dad suck at elementary level math?
Son, I need help with this.
Again? Dad! It's crazy. Like, I remember you used to give me help with my homework, and now it's like I have to help you with my homework. It's like the situation's totally reversed for some reason. I mean, like, Dad, these days it's like you're a completely different person. Something's not the same anymore. Jeez. Oh, man. That's really good. Well, once again, a wonderful assortment of art. Very, very good. Thank you, everybody, so much. This has been a great stream. I'll have another stream for you tomorrow. But until then, yeah, I'm tired now, so I'm gonna go. But thank you for watching. See you all tomorrow, hopefully. Bye!